যোগ্যতা বিচারে কিছু নাহি পায় তোমারা করুণা সার করুণা না হইলা খন্দিয়া খন্দিয়া প্রাণ না রাখিব আর গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া করো হে দাসে তৃণাপেক্ষায়তিহীনা গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া করো হে দাসে গুরুদেব গুরুদেব জয় জয় গুরুদেব Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada. Ujjvala Varana. Ujjvala Varana, Godavarade. Vyasa Niravari Baba Videham Ujjvala Varana Gaura Varadeham Vyasa Niravari Baba Videham Tribhuvana Pavana Kripaya Leshnam Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Shachitanayam Gad Gadantara Baba Vikaram Durjana Turjana Nada Vishalam Bhavavaya Bhajana Karana Karanam Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Shachitanayam Go down. Hindu Vinindita Nakachaya Ruchiram Hararam Bharatara Charuka Polam Hindu Vinindita Nakachaya Ruchiram Chaudita Nijaguna Nama Vinodam Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Shachitanayam Digalita Nayana Kamala Jalakaram Bhushana Navarasa Baba Vikaram Gati Ati Mantara Nritya Vilasam Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Shachitanayam Chanchala Charu Charana Gati Ruchiram Manjira Ranjita Padajuga Madhuram Chandra Vinita Shitala Varanam Tam Pranamami Cha Shishachitanayam Vritti Kati Toda Kamandalu Dandam Divya Kalevara Mundita Mundam Durjana Kalmasha Kandana Dandam Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Shachitanayam Shanaburaja Lakavalitam Kampita Vimdara Vararuchiram Malaya Javira Chitta Ujvala Tilakam Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Shachitanayam Nindita Aruna Kamala Dalanayanam Ajarulam Vita Shri Puja Yugalam Kalevara Kaishora Nartakavesham Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Shachitanayam Ujjvala Varna Gauravara Deham Vilasita Niravadi Bhava Videham Sri Bhuvana Pavana Kripaya Lesham Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Shachitanayam Jai Sachinandana Jaya Sachinandana Jaya Sachinandana Jaya Gaurahari Jaya Sachinandana Jaya Sachinandana Jaya Sachinandana Jaya Gaurahari Hare Gaura Haribo 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo Vibhavari Shesha Vibhavari Shesha Aloka Pradesha Nidrachari Utajiva Bolo Hari Hari Mukunda Murari Rama Krishna Hayagriva Nrsingavam Hana Shimadusudana Rajendra Nandana Shama Putana Gatana Koitava Shatana Jaya Dasharati Rama. Wait. Yash Yashu Lala Govinda Gopala Vrindavan Gopi Priya Jana Radhika Ramana. Okay, start over with Yashoda. You sing. Gopal Vrindavana Purandara Gopi Priya Jana Radhika Ramana. Yashoda Dulala Govinda Gopala Vrindavana Purandara Gopi Priya Jana Radhika Ramana Bhuvana Sundara Bhora Ravana Tatara Makana Gopi Jana Vasahari Rajera Rakala Gopa Vrindapala Chittahari Vansidhari Yogindra Vandana Shri Nandanandana Rajajana Bhayahari Davina Nirada Rupa Manohara Mohana Bhanshi Vihari Yashoda Nandana Kamsani Nikunja Rasa Vilasi Kadamba Kananda Rasa Parayana Vrindavipina Vivasi Ananda Varana Premani Ketana Pulashara Jojakama Gopangana Gana Chitta Vinodana Samasta Gunagana Nama Jivana Keli Parayana Manasa Chandra Chakora Nam Shudarasa Gau Krishna Jasa Rakho Vachana Manamoya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Chapter 9, Bhagavad Gita. Tava Navamona Adhyaya Rajakuya Yoga. Sri Bhagavan Vacha Idam Tute Huyatamam Prabhaksham Yanasuyave Gyanam Vijnana Sahitam Yajgyatva Mokshashe Shubha Rajavidya Rajakuhyam Pavitram itam uttamam pratyaksha vagamam dharmyam susukam kartamavyayam ashadadhana purusha dharmasyasya parantapa aprapyamam nivartante mrityu samsara vartmani maya tatamidam sarvam jagadavyakta murtina Matstani sarva bhutani nachahanteshva stita nachamatstani bhutani pashyame yogamaishvaram bhuta brinnacha bhutasto mamatma bhuta bhavana yata akashastito nityam vayu sarvatra go mahan tata sarvani bhutani tatstani upadharaya sarva bhutani kaunteya prakritim yanti mamikam kalpakshayi punastani kalpado visrajamyaham prakritim swam avashtabhya visrajami puna puna utagrama imam kritsnam avasham prakritir vishad nachamam tani karmani nibaddanti dhananjaya udasina vadasinam asaktam teshu karmasu mayadhyakshena prakriti suyate sacharacharam hetunanena kaunteya jagad viparivartate avajananti mamudha manushim tanamasritam parambhavamajananto mama bhuta maheshwaram moghasha mukha karmano mogha jnana vichetasaha rakshasim asurim chaiva prakritim mohinim shrita mahatmanastumam partha daivim prakritim ashrita vajantyananya manaso gyatva bhutadim avyayam satatam kirtayanto mam yatantascha dradavrata namasyantascha mam bhaktya nitya yukta upasate jnana yagnena chapyanye yajanto mam upasate ekatvena prataktvena bahuda vishvato mukham aham kratur aham yajna sodaham aham aushadam mantroham aham evajnyam aham agnir aham hutam pitaham asya jagato mata data pitamaha vejam pavitram omkara riksama yajur evacha gatirbarta prabhu sakshi nivasa sharanam surit pravava pralayastanam nidhanam vicham avyayam tapamyaham aham varsham nigranam utsrijami cha amritam chaiva mrityuscha sadasachaham arjuna Traivedyamam somapaputa papa jagner ishva swargatim prartayante te punyamasajya surendra lokam ashnanti divyan divideva bhogan te tam bhuktva swarga lokam vishalam shine punye martya lokam vishanti evam tridharmam anuprapanna gata gatam kama kama labhante ananyaschintayanto mam ye jana paryupasate tesham nityabdiyuktanam yogakshemam mahamyaham ye pyanya devata bhakta yajante shadayanvita Tepi mameva kaunteya yajantya vidipurvakam ami sarva yagnanam bhukta cha prabhur evacha natumam abhijananti tatvena tashyavanti te yanti deva vrata devan pitran yanti pratirvrata utani yanti bhuteja yanti madhyajinopimam patram pushpam palam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachyati Taraham bhakti paritam ashnami parayatatmanaha yat koroshi yadashnashi yashjuhosi dadasi yat tapasyasi kaunteya tat kurushva madarpanam shubha shubha palerevam mokshase karma bandhanai sannyasa yoga yuktatma vimukto mam upaishyasi samoham sarva bhuteshu name dvesho stinapriya ye bhajanti tu mam bhaktya mayi te teshu chapyaham api chet sudaracharo bhajate mam ananya bhak satur eva samantavya samyak vyavasito hisa Shripram bhavati dharmatma shashvashantim nagachyati kontaya pratijanihi name bhakta pranashyati mami partha vyapashritya yepi syu papayonaya striyo vaishyas tata shudras tepi yanti param gatim kim punar brahmana punya Bhakta Rajarshayastata Anityam Asukam Lokam Imam Prapya Bhajasvamam Manmana Bhava Mad Bhakto Madhyaji Mam Namaskuru Mami Vaishyasi Yukvaivam Atmanam Parayanaha Om Tat Saditi Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Sambhade Rajakuya Yogo Nama Navamo Jaya Hari Om.
Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Introducing this year's Sri Vyasa Puja book. Introduction. As in the 53 Vyasa Puja books that preceded it, in this year's book, you'll find a selection of leading and rank-and-file devotees expressing their gratitude to Srila Prabhupada, along with glorification, remembrances, and prayers. One remarkable thing about this year's book is that despite the 2-year-long and counting deadly COVID-19 pandemic, an ongoing war in Ukraine that has impacted not only the many devotees in that country and in Russia who are directly affected, but also devotees all over the world, and severe heat waves, droughts, storms, and other effects of unchecked climate change. Many offerings in this year's book reveal an increasingly strong and sustained faith in Srila Prabhupada's shelter and instructions, along with confidence in the process of Krishna consciousness and the ultimate victory of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Sankirtan movement. Param Vijayate Shri Krishna Sankirtanam. Haribol. Several offerings note the important 50th anniversaries and 100th anniversary celebrated this year. The 50th anniversaries include those of ISKCON's first Gaur Purnima festival in Mayapur, the installation there of Chota Radha Madhava, and Srila Prabhupada's laying of the cornerstone of what is now known as the TOVP. The 100th anniversary is of Srila Prabhupada's first meeting with Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur at the first Gaudiya Math building in Ultadanga Road in Calcutta, at which the Thakur momentously said to Abhay Charan and his friend Naren, You are educated young men, why don't you preach Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's message throughout the whole world? Bhajanarayan Swami's offering is a moving meditation on the power of a pure devotee's tears. Here's an excerpt in which Srila Prabhupada reveals the essential importance to him of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's order noted above, his order given over 40 years earlier to preach Krishna consciousness abroad. The Sevite of Advaita Acharya's house in Shantipur, Santa Sak Goswami, narrated how in August of 1965, a few days before boarding the Jaladuta, Srila Prabhupada visited Shantipur. The Goswami had known Srila Prabhupada from long before and was surprised to see him sitting in the back of the temple in saffron cloth, chanting intensely on his beads. As the Goswami looked closer, he could see that Srila Prabhupada was crying while chanting. After some time, the Goswami greeted Srila Prabhupada. Later he shared what Prabhupada told him at that time. I am the unworthy disciple of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and he has given me an impossible mission. I am coming here because Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda used to meet here to plan the Sankirtan movement. I am praying that they will give me their mercy, empower me, and guide me. I want to satisfy my Guru Maharaj's desire, but I am feeling very unqualified to do this. Another remarkable offering written by Manjulamani Devi Dasi on behalf of the devotees in Abentur, Germany, forgive me Germans for mispronouncing your city's name, relates how Srila Prabhupada, in a lecture given 50 years ago, revealed why his love for Sri Krishna impelled him to preach Krishna consciousness all over the world. Manjulamani writes, "You recently stopped me in my tracks with a stunning yet simple definition of love. While listening to one of your recorded lectures, given at New Vrindavan on September 4th, 1972, I heard you say, one who is engaged in the devotional service of the Lord in love and devotion. What is the symptom of love? The symptom, the prime symptom, the most important symptom of love is that the devotee wants to see that his Lord's name, fame, etc. become widespread. He wants to see that my Lord's name be known everywhere. This is love. If I love somebody, I want to see that his glories are spread all over the world." With this simple point about the prime symptoms of love, you told us so much about yourself. The point you made is like a special jewel you gifted to us. You so rarely spoke about yourself. From this definition of love, we can understand how all the hardships that you took upon yourself, all the feasts you cooked, all the kirtans you sang, all the artis you so gracefully conducted, all the travel around the world, all the opening of temples, all the classes you gave, all the letters you wrote, and all the books you wrote. All of these activities were clearly manifestations of this prime symptom of love for your Lord. To see his fame and glory spread all over the world. And you did it. And it was done with your most divine personal touch. We want your glories to be known just as widely as the glories of Sri Krishna and his holy name. Because of you, the holy name is reaching all corners of this world, and the chanting can be heard even in a small, insignificant village like Abentur in Germany. It's spelled Abentheuer. Please look it up so I know how to pronounce it. Our desire here at the Goloka Dham Temple is that wherever the holy name is chanted and served by being brought to the people, there also your glory should be known. As you said, if you love someone, you want their personality to be known to everyone. Therefore, we do not want to keep your greatness to ourselves. We want everyone to know about you. Your love for Krishna was proven by that. You wanted to share and make your personal friend and beloved Sri Krishna known and available to all. Your personal life story, your books, your determination, your devotion, and your mission are the very backbone and the big why behind all that we do all day long. And we want others to know and experience that sense of purpose too. Again, I would like to express my deep appreciation for the invaluable help that Her Grace Kaishori Devi Dasi gave me by editing the majority of the offerings this year. The book would not have been possible without her sincere and professional contribution. Dravida Das, Vyasa Puja, book editor. What a nice offering. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for coming. Saipra, you want to sit up here? Of course he's going to say no, but let's just move him. We'll rearrange and put his chair here. You can move this. Thank you. Do you have another one? Okay. Actually, it's all right. You don't need it. Just have some. So this is the introduction to the Vyasa Puja book. The Vyasa Puja book is a tradition that's been going on, as Triveda Prabhu mentioned, for 53 years. And every year, the disciples of the Guru write an offering. It's sort of like a test, actually, to see what a disciple has realized about his or her guru, and also a way, it's a time of awareness to see how much the guru has given one. So Satyadev Prabhu was talking last night about how he was at the first Janmashtami, and then that he attended when he joined. It was the first Janmashtami and the first Vyasa Puja. So Prabhupada had to teach his disciples the process of worshiping a guru. A guru is a post, actually. So a person and a post. But there's a way to respect the guru, and in that respect, as Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, tadvidi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadakshanti te jnanam jnaninas tattvadarshina. That's the way to approach a learned person. A guru means somebody who's heavy with knowledge, is pranipat, be very humble, respectful, and also to inquire and to render service and so forth. And so on Vyasa Puja, actually Vyasadeva is a person. He's known as the literary incarnation of Krishna, who compiles the Vedic literatures. And then every guru that comes after Srila Vyasadeva, on the day, like the birthday of such a person, this is called Vyasa Puja. There's a worship of the person by the disciples, honoring that person who's sitting in the post, like a post person, who's sitting in that post, representing Vyasadeva, holding forth and representing Vyasadeva by presenting the Vedic version. So for Srila Prabhupada as an acharya, or the founder acharya of ISKCON, everybody is a disciple, in the way that we're all following his process, the way he laid it out for us, and established not only the infrastructure, but also the mood of worshiping Krishna and so forth. So on this day, all over the world, devotees in ISKCON, and I dare say outside, anywhere anyone is who has an appreciation for what Srila Prabhupada's done, there's this celebration the day after Janmashtami, which is the day that Srila Prabhupada appeared. And offerings are read in passive voice. And there's a way in which we do a special feast for Prabhupada, and also a Pushpanjali. Pushpanjali is an offering of one's heart, actually. We do it in the form of offering flowers, sort of like a flower bath. So we'll be doing that later. And so from now and the next several hours, we'll be hearing from individual devotees. Some of them are initiated disciples of Srila Prabhupada, and others are disciples in another way from other generations who are disciples of his disciples, but nonetheless, they're all disciples of Prabhupada, working under his care and his instructions and under his lotus feet. So that's what's happening today. And before we go into some of the other offerings and talks, let's see if you have any reflections just from the offering that Dravida wrote. What did you hear, or what do you remember? On 2 hours of sleep. Go ahead.
I remember that the symptom of loving somebody is that you would like to spread the name, fame, etc. of that person all over the world. Widespread, you spread. So that's why Srila Prabhupada did that for Krishna, for spreading the glories of the chanting of the holy name to the whole world.
Yes, thanks for bringing out the essential point of this, actually. And that Prabhupada selflessly, he didn't bring attention to himself, but he made sure that everyone knew who Krishna was. Therefore it was known as the Hare Krishna movement, not the Abhay Charanaravinda or the Prabhupada movement or anything like that. Anything else you heard? Pardon? Yeah, it's get him another chair because that's going to be the one where everyone sits down and does offerings. You can sit up here. Put another chair. We'll keep moving back. Actually, yeah, okay, that's good. Not at all. On the contrary.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj. Dandavad Pranam. So, what I appreciated that in the offering, it's written that how the world is facing increasingly challenges all over the world, whether it is a fight in the Russia or it's a pandemic or the heat waves or anything, and how the disciples are taking increasingly shelters of Prabhupada's instruction and finding the solace.
Yeah. Actually, it's one of the proofs of the efficacy of the practice of Krishna consciousness. Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Matra sparsha sukhonteya ashitoshna sukadukada agama payino nityastam satikshashva bharata. He advises that amidst the changes of the world, one should remain steady, not be disturbed by them because they come and go. And we've noticed that over the last several years, in ways that are measurable, ISKCON devotees have excelled in various ways, even, not just even, but during the pandemic and during other periods of strife in the world. In fact, we had major increases in book distribution during 2020 and 2021, which seems implausible since it was a time of lockdown and so forth. Yes. Can you hand Prabhu a microphone?
Something caught my attention. He said this was the 53rd Vyasa Puja booklet.
Yes.
And I just remember, well, as you heard, when I joined, that was the first Vyasa Puja. So up till that point, there weren't any Vyasa Puja booklets. But I remember, after I was in Japan, I went to San Francisco for about a year and a half before I went back to Japan. And that's where I got initiated. And I remember when the Vyasa Puja booklet first came out. And at that time, I'm not sure how many centers there were, but it was really small. And practically we would hear about all of our god brothers and god sisters and what they were up to or which temple they were at from the Vyasa Puja booklet. And it was this kind kind of family feeling. And I still feel that family feeling now. But now it's a gigantic, large, big family. But there's a lot of security and inspiration in that. And that was part of the Vyasa Puja booklet for me, was just to hear who was where and what they were doing, and hear them glorify Srila Prabhupada. And so after all this time, it's become just expanded movement. I remember I went to Vrindavan in 1996. We would go to, I had gone to India a few times. The first time I went there was right after the Krishna Balaram Mandir temple was opened. And it was all just a few American devotees. And there were pilgrims that came to Vrindavan, but they were just the normal pilgrims that they would walk to Vrindavan from wherever they lived for hundreds of miles. And then I hadn't been there in like 20 years, and I went back in 1996. And I was just like stunned to see that all the pilgrims that were coming had bead bags, and they were wearing tilak, and there was hundreds of devotees from all over the world. And I thought, oh, this has become such a gigantic family. So one of the things I enjoy about Vyasa Puja Day is the family feeling.
Yes, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. So one of the thing I liked in this offering is that, so here he's mentioning that like how Prabhupada showed his love by propagating the name and glories of the Krishna all over the world. But for us, like for me especially, like Krishna is Adokshaja, and like superficially, like I'm trying my best to like understand Krishna. But Prabhupada, like if we try to glorify Prabhupada, like and distribute Prabhupada's book and like whatever Prabhupada has done, so like Krishna is also getting glorified, but our direct link is through Prabhupada. And if we do that, and that love for Prabhupada is more like vivid than the love for Krishna that we have. And if we do that with heart, so with the mercy of Prabhupada, we will get the love of Krishna also. So I feel it's a very practical thing. Like if we can hook with Prabhupada and if we can glorify him, so that's like amazing.
Thank you, Prabhu. In the 11th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, Krishna himself says, Mad Bhakta Puja Bhyadika, which is that the better kind of puja or worship is for my devotee, not for me. So there's always this sense that when you worship the devotee, then actually you're worshiping Krishna in a more effective way.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, when Prabhupada was, praying, I think in that prayer I felt, Prabhupada was really seeking only one aim in his life, that to please his spiritual master. And he knew that to please him, he's going to please Krishna. And he's seeking the mercy from all the acharyas and Krishna itself to empower him to do that. In a most, in a humble manner that I don't have any qualification, while he has been constantly meditating throughout his life to do that one, irrespective of all those qualifications, in that mood which he's giving us a glimpse of that. I think that is very, very, I think if we even imbibe a little bit that by pleasing your spiritual master, Krishna will be happy. Whereas the even goal to, glorify his spiritual, reach his spiritual master's, direction was to spread the Krishna's consciousness. It's a, kind of a interesting thing. While you seek the spiritual master's blessing, others' blessings to spread Krishna's message, but you can only do it by pleasing your guru. So I really like that part.
Yes, and as most devotees have read or observed in the Bhagavad Gita, in the verse Vyavasayatmaka Budhirekeha Kurunandana Bahushaka Hinantasha Buddhayo Vyavasayinam, Prabhupada had especially noted the commentary by the acharyas there that Vishwanath or Baladev had mentioned that this verse refers to being the fixity of mind on the order of the spiritual master, Vyavasayatmaka Buddhir. And it was Prabhupada's, Vishwanath? Baladev. And Prabhupada had consistently said this. Whatever success he was getting, he said, it's all coming from my Guru Maharaj, from my, just following his order. He said, I have no qualification. I have no assets, but my only asset is that my mind is fixed on what he told me to do, which was a kind of sweeping order, but he said, spread Krishna consciousness in the West. Preach in English, it's the most influential language. So Prabhupada took that to heart. He also said, if you ever get money, print books. That was the first thing Prabhupada did when he got to America. There wasn't much money, not like it is now. But there was 25 cents for a Back to Godhead magazine. Little jars full of coins here and there. But when the devotees were able to put together some capital, then Prabhupada got a place where he could install a printing press. If you ever get money, print books. So he followed very carefully what his guru said. And that was, what he said was the fulcrum of power in his preaching, expanding Krishna consciousness movement. Can you find out if that video from Guru Das is available, ready to go? I just need to know. And also, if you can tell me how long it is, too. Priya Kishori knows about it. So because the Jagat is on the move and the time factor is ever present and pressing us, we're going to start by having some offerings in just a moment. Everyone okay? Okay, good. And first thing I'd like to do is, can you see if Keshavarti Marjas is in here? I saw that he sent me an email late last night with his offering. It's on my phone, so I think that meant he wanted me to read it to you all. But if it's in there, I won't look at my phone. Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you. It's long, as usual. Keshavarti's Das Goswami is, his subtitle is Letting Srila Prabhupada Speak for Himself, Part 4. Dearest Srila Prabhupada, please accept millions of my heartfelt obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. Srila Prabhupada, throughout the world, you spread knowledge of the supreme goal of life, pure love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. You also gave the world the only means for attaining that goal, chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra without offense. After you had attained 70 years of age, you circled the globe 14 times to spread the chanting of the Mahamantra and the spiritual science supporting the chanting through your Bhaktivedanta purports to anyone and everyone willing to hear. Therefore, Srila Prabhupada, of all the wonderful things you gave to the world, your books stand out as the most consequential. Your books are written in a language and style that allow an honest person to easily understand the essence of the profound philosophical thoughts of Vedic knowledge. In the past offerings, I've also tried to express my wholehearted gratitude to you for opening my eyes with spiritual knowledge through your translations of the Bhaktivedanta purports to the most essential of the Vedic literatures, especially Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, and Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. For your pleasure, Srila Prabhupada, I have spent the past 3 years recording Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita and polishing the sound with the help of Rasika Shiromani Prabhu and Bhakta Bland Madhi. Now the BBT audiobook is finally available on bbtmedia.com and Audible. As the world hurtles towards self-destruction, may this audiobook help give relief to suffering humanity and stimulate its urge for self-realization. You are personally present in your purports, Srila Prabhupada, and so anything is possible. Today is the 4th anniversary of the day I began live streaming my daily readings of your books. I read your books out loud while live streaming them on Facebook. Then Mayapur Shashi Prabhu uploads them onto a YouTube channel named Daily Readings of Srila Prabhupada's books. As of today, 1,170 videos have been posted. Bhagavad Gita as it is twice, cover to cover. Srimad Bhagavatam once, cover to cover. Plus a current reading up to the 6th chapter of the 2nd canto. Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita once, cover to cover. Your Krishna book once, cover to cover. And the BBT's publication of Brihad Bhagavatamrita translated by your faithful disciple, Gopi Puranadana Prabhu. This is the first English translation of Sanatan Goswami's Digdarshani commentary on Brihad Bhagavatamrita. About this book you write, Brihad Bhagavatamrita is very famous. Anyone who wants to know about the subject matter of devotees, devotional service, and Krishna must read this book. The format of the daily readings is that I read verbatim for 40 minutes or so, followed by a reflection session in which online viewers and devotees physically present at the live reading share their reflections on what we've read, and then we discuss. The results have been marvelous. I've received many comments from devotees who have reawakened a taste for hearing your books, finding them more easily understandable when received through the ear. This is all your divine grace's mercy. One need look no further than your purports, Srila Prabhupada, for the factual solutions to the problems of the world, individually and collectively. Your purports speak for themselves. And there's a colon there, so there's an indented section here in which he's quoting Srila Prabhupada from his purports. Coming again to the point of pure devotional service, the Lord is describing the transcendental qualifications of a pure devotee in these 2 verses. A pure devotee is never disturbed in any circumstances, nor is he envious of anyone, nor does a devotee become his enemy's enemy. He thinks, this person is acting as my enemy due to my own past misdeeds. So it is better to suffer than to protest. In the Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14.8, it is stated, Tattenukam pam samikshamano punjana evatma kritam vipakam. Whenever a devotee is in distress or has fallen into difficulty, he thinks that it is the Lord's mercy upon him. He thinks, thanks to my past misdeeds, I should suffer far, far greater than I am suffering now. So it is by the mercy of the Supreme Lord that I am not getting all the punishment I am due. I'm just getting a little by the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, he is always calm, quiet, and patient, despite many distressful conditions. A devotee is also always kind to everyone, even to his enemy. Nirmama means that a devotee does not attach much importance to the pains and trouble pertaining to the body, because he knows perfectly well that he is not the material body. He does not identify with the body. Therefore, he is freed from the conception of false ego and is equipoised in happiness and distress. He is tolerant and he is satisfied with whatever comes by the grace of the Supreme Lord. He does not endeavor much to achieve something with great difficulty. Therefore, he is always joyful. He is a completely perfect mystic because he is fixed in the instructions received from the spiritual master. And because his senses are controlled, he is determined. He is not swayed by false arguments, because no one can lead him from the fixed determination of devotional service. He is fully conscious that Krishna is the eternal Lord, so no one can disturb him. All these qualifications enable him to fix his mind and intelligence entirely on the Supreme Lord. Such a standard of devotional service is undoubtedly very rare, but a devotee becomes situated in that stage by following the regulative principles of devotional service. Furthermore, the Lord says that such a devotee is very dear to him, for the Lord is always pleased with all his activities in full Krishna consciousness. That was from the Bhagavad Gita. Who knows which chapter? 12. 13 through 14 purports. That is, verses 13 and 14 purport. The next is from the Bhagavad Gita 12:15 purport. A few of a devotee's qualifications are further being described. No one is put into difficulty, anxiety, fearfulness, or dissatisfaction by such a devotee. Such a devotee is kind to everyone. He does not act in such a way as to put others into anxiety. At the same time, if others try to put a devotee into anxiety, he is not disturbed. It is by the grace of the Lord that he is so practiced that he is not disturbed by any outward disturbance. Actually, because a devotee is always engrossed in Krishna consciousness and eager in devotional service, such material circumstances cannot move him. Generally, a materialistic person becomes very happy when there is something for his sense gratification and his body. But when he sees that others have something for their sense gratification and he hasn't, he is sorry and envious. When he is expecting some retaliation from an enemy, he is in a state of fear, and when he cannot successfully execute something, he becomes dejected. A devotee who is always transcendental to all these disturbances is very dear to Krishna. The next is an excerpt from Bhagavad Gita 12.16 purport. Money may be offered to a devotee, but he should not struggle to acquire it. If automatically, by the grace of the Supreme, money comes to him, he is not agitated. Naturally, a devotee takes a bath at least twice in a day and rises early in the morning for devotional service. Thus, he is naturally clean, both inwardly and outwardly. A devotee is always expert because he fully knows the essence of all activities of life, and he is convinced of the authoritative scriptures. A devotee never takes the part of a particular party. Therefore, he is carefree. He is never pained because he is free from all designations. He knows that his body is a designation. So if there are some bodily pains, he is free. The pure devotee does not endeavor for anything which is against the principles of devotional service. For example, constructing a big building requires great energy, and a devotee does not take to such business if it does not benefit him by advancing his devotional service. He may construct a temple for the Lord, and for that he may take all kinds of anxiety, but he does not construct the big house for his personal relations. The next is Bhagavad Gita 12:17 purport. A pure devotee is neither happy nor distressed over material gain and loss, nor is he very much anxious to get a son or disciple, nor is he distressed by not getting them. If he loses anything which is very dear to him, he does not lament. Similarly, if he does not get what he desires, he is not distressed. He is transcendental in the face of all kinds of auspicious, inauspicious, and sinful activities. He is prepared to accept all kinds of risks for the satisfaction of the Supreme Lord. Nothing is an impediment in the discharge of his devotional service. Such a devotee is very dear to Krishna. Continues in 18th, 19th from chapter 12. A devotee is always free from all bad association. Sometimes one is praised and sometimes one is defamed. That is the nature of human society. But a devotee is always transcendental to artificial fame and infamy, distress and happiness. He is very patient. He does not speak of anything but the topics about Krishna. Therefore, he is called silent. Silent does not mean that one should not speak. Silent means that one should not speak nonsense. One should speak only of essentials, and the most essential speech for the devotee is to speak for the sake of the Supreme Lord. A devotee is happy in all conditions. Sometimes he may get very palatable foodstuffs, sometimes not, but he is satisfied. Nor does he care for any residential facility. He may sometimes live underneath a tree, and he may sometimes live in a very palatial building. He is attracted to neither. He is called fixed because he is fixed in his determination and knowledge. We may find some repetition in the descriptions of the qualifications of a devotee, but this is just to emphasize the fact that a devotee must acquire all these qualifications. Without good qualifications, one cannot be a pure devotee. Harava bhaktasya kuto mahadguna. One who is not a devotee has no good qualification. One who wants to be recognized as a devotee should develop the good qualifications. Of course, he does not extraneously endeavor to acquire these qualifications, but engagement in Krishna consciousness and devotional service automatically helps him develop them. So it just reminded me about the devotee doesn't care for any residence. Two of our godbrothers just finished a retreat center at Govardhan. I was talking to another mutual friend, godbrother, about that construction. And the devotee who's the head of the project didn't, although he made multiple dwellings there on the property for various people to stay in. This other devotee was telling me that he didn't make a residence for himself. He said, yeah, I don't have a place here. He made them for everybody else and the guests to come and stay, but he didn't create one for himself. So they were saying, my mutual friend was saying that he told him, like, I mean, you know, you got to have a place to stay if you're going to run the place. But his inclination in building it was like, that's all right. I don't need a place here. I don't want to, identify, this is my place over here. He just figured, I'll stay wherever is left over. It's okay, as long as the project goes on. Then from Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya, this is the last excerpt that Keshav Bharati Maharaj gives. The words Bhadra Karana are significant in this verse. Due to his long hair, mustache, and beard, Sanatana Goswami looked like a Darvesh or hippie. Since Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not like Sanatana Goswami's hippie features, he immediately asked Chandrasekhar to get him shaved clean. If anyone with long hair or a beard wants to join this Krishna consciousness movement and live with us, he must similarly shave himself clean. The followers of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu consider long hair objectionable. Sounds like a kind of random addition there. Srila Prabhupada, the world situation is degraded to such an extent that the urgent need for your followers to take their hearing to another level has reached a fever pitch. By quote unquote another level, I mean that we must apply your teachings to ourselves and not just to others. You yourself make this point throughout your Bhaktivedanta purports. Unless we assimilate your teachings into our own thinking, feeling, willing, and action, how will we be able to change the hearts of others, as you did, not to mention work together in the cooperative spirit you taught by example? I can only imagine how the world would change if all of us, your sincere followers, were to think, feel, will, and act strictly according to the profound instructions you have given us. Srila Prabhupada, Hare Krishna, your eternal servant, Keshav Bharati Das Goswami. And now when I talk to him on the phone tomorrow, he said, did you read my offering? I can say, yes, I did. 6 minutes. Okay, now we're going to see a video from one of Prabhupada's first disciples, Guru Das, Prabhu wanted to come today, but he was a little worried about being in an enclosed place right now. So he made a video, and here it is. So ready? Gurudas Prabhu, as I just mentioned, was one of the early disciples of Prabhupada. The person you hear singing, Govindam Adi Purusham, the lead voice there was his wife, Jamuna. They went to London with another couple and met the Beatles, made an album that it was a Hare Krishna chant, and it became a smash hit. It went all over London and all over Europe, everywhere. So he had a lot to do with the early days of the movement as a venerable sage. Please go ahead. Since we've been through the pandemic, we all know how to read lips.
Prabhupada is with us. We gathered here today to honor, appreciate, love the best spiritual master in the world, who has given us so much. One person was at the dock when he left. He came alone and persevered. You know how he paid his dues. He paid his dues in Delhi when he was publishing Back to Godhead. He persevered. And he came amongst us as the Swami. We were so glad we had a Swami. For 1 second, it was like the Swami is our pet, but actually we were his pets because he cared for us. He was indicative of all the Swamis that we wanted from India. He was kind, he was compassionate, he was sweet, he was jolly, he was funny, and he was wise. And he was on top of the mountain. He saw everything. He saw our struggles, each one of us. And he interacted with each one of us like Krishna did with the gopis. Each one thought we were special because he treated us special. And what a task to introduce the Vedic culture to us. And that's what he said. I've given you something tangible, the Vedic culture. And then he gave us foundation of the Vedic culture. And then we had the rules and regulations in the foundation. And then he said, then Krishna consciousness becomes spontaneous. And then it became adventurous because he was adventurous. And so when we had nothing, we had no mridungas, no one book, no movement, no deities, no kartals, no mridungas, but we had the Swami. And it was like we had the Krishna as opposed to a phalanx of an army. And the Swami was able to see into our hearts and give us the Vedic culture, so we became loyal to him. And then from the Swami, there was Prabhupada, because he became a general in an army that was evolving from him on the boat. And he treated me very special. We had a relationship. He was so humorous and jolly, and you never know what he was going to do. There's so many stories. I'll just tell you one story to show his open-mindedness. When we were in Vrindavan, during the construction of the Krishna Balaram temple, there was a village of thieves right down the street. They were stealing construction things and selling them from our site. Someone asked Prabhupada, can we get a gun? Because I never knew what Prabhupada was going to say all the times with him. It was so nice. He was so curious. I was curious. He said, yes, you can get a gun, but shoot over their heads. Don't shoot at them. And then they'll leave. And then he told a story. There was a snake, a serpent, who became a devotee. His guru was Narada Muni. As soon as he became a devotee, the children of the village said, now we can take advantage of him because he's meek. He was a cobra. We'll throw rocks at him and call him names. So this was distressing for this serpent. So he went to his guru and said, what should I do? The kids are throwing rocks and calling me names. Narada Muni said, yes, you're a Vaishnava now, but you're also a cobra, so raise your hoods and don't bite. And Prabhupada raised his hands with wide eyes. Now I say to the congregation here, how do you think the snake put his tilak on? He put the tilak on with the help of other devotees, and that's what Prabhupada gave us, Das Anu Das, as well as anything, Sanatan Dharma, Kirtan, Prasadam, but Das Anu Das will let us endure through the ages. The young people, you're the future. Do it even better than we did. Learn from mistakes. And each of us be a better version of ourselves. And so you think, oh, you were great back then, but then is now, because with the same vigor, Nava-yovana, make Krishna consciousness fresh and adventure, because it is. And Prabhupada loved his books, and you're all distributing these books. That's brought people more than even George Harrison or anything else. So thank you very much. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
I talked to Gurudas Prabhu the day before yesterday, and he'll come over here from San Francisco and give some classes and things like that. He also has a new book. He's a photographer, and he took the lion's share. Well, maybe Bhargava did more. But in any case, he took iconic, pardon me? And Vishaka, yes. He took some of the most iconic photos of Prabhupada, and he has a new book that lays out all those photos and tells a story through that. There's a narrative. It's a really good book. So, welcome to His Holiness Giriraj Swami. Thank you very much. So far. We took the liberty to just start the vibration, and so far we read Dravida Prabhu's introduction to the Vyasa Puja this year. Somebody just tell Maharaj the two or three main points that we took from that. It comes on automatically. We need tech support on aisle 2.
Hare Krishna. So, few of the things Prabhu was mentioning was one of the offering of the Sevites of Santipur temple. whom Prabhupada met before he came to the USA. And then he was intensely praying, and when he asked, who are you? He told that I am unworthy disciple of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and he was intensely praying to empower himself to spread this Krishna consciousness movement. He was totally dependent on the mercy of his spiritual master and the deities there. That is the one thing. And second thing,
He had framed that with the had Dravida with the idea that crying to shedding tears with desire to fulfill the order of the spiritual master is extremely powerful. And Mataji, go ahead, give another one.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisance. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. So, from the offering of Keshav Bharati Maharaj, he said that Srila Prabhupada is present in his purports, and he said that if we ourselves don't assimilate the teachings of Srila Prabhupada in our lives, then how is it possible to transform others? So that was very touching.
One more point from anything. Yes, you were going to go.
And also I think you were asking from the Dravind Prabhu's Vyasa.
Yes.
So in that, I think he was referring to a German disciple of Prabhupada, and how he was telling that how Prabhupada has in every, like a small town in the Germany, the spread of the Hare Krishna movement, and she was trying to give the definition of love that she heard in one of the 1972 lecture of New Vrindavan, where Prabhupada said that love means that you want to spread the glories, fame and name of the whom you love. So she was, and what Prabhupada did was to spread the glories of Radha Krishna, his beloved deity, all over the world. So she was saying that similarly, like we want to follow in the Prabhupada's footsteps.
Well done, Mugaravind. Nicely done. What other points can we share with Maharaj about what we heard so far? Even from Guru Das Prabhu's presentation, what did you hear? Yes, Prabhu?
Gurudas Prabhu's presentation was like Srila Prabhupada is he's a very jovial person, and he had a very nice relationship with every disciple. And he was like, he was able to see the limitation that everybody had, but he was there to assist them in all possible ways. Just like Krishna has an individual relationship with all gopis, Prabhupada had a personal relationship, and he made everybody feel so welcome. And he gave them the Vedic culture also. So, and then the Vedic culture, which was...
Gave them the Vedic culture.
Gave them the Vedic culture, which is a foundation that can build upon it. And one of the interesting points that Gurudas Prabhu mentioned was Prabhupada was always dynamic in his responses. So one of the practical situations they faced was when they built the Krishna Balaram temple, and there was a village of thieves which was close by, and these thieves used to come and actually steal some and sell them off. So devotees went and actually asked Prabhupada, what should we do in such a situation? And then Prabhupada told a story about the snake and Narada Muni. And the two important points that I could summarize, because it's a big story, was that one, Prabhupada told them that the snake actually did not used his nature appropriately. So he's a cobra. So when somebody takes advantage of you, so you should not lie down. And he actually, the intent was that they were looking for buying a gun. So they had asked Prabhupada that should we purchase a gun. So Prabhupada said, yes, you can buy, but you could shoot in the air. But so the point was there. And the second point that Gurudas Prabhu summarized towards the end was that there can be limitations in our nature. So the snake cannot apply tilak. So for that, he needed assistance of other devotees. So there is something in your nature that you can use. There are some things that they may not be there, but there is assistance of devotees that is always there. So he summarized both those two aspects.
ask Kanka to be ready, please. We also described there are some devotees here, I think for the first time for the Vyasa Puja, and we talked about the purpose of Vyasa Puja, and we talked about the importance of the guru-disciple relationship, also how Prabhupada had several times mentioned the purport the purport to Vyavasayatmaka Buddhir, and in it indicates one's fixity in serving the Guru's order, serving the Guru, and how actually Madbhakta Puja Bhyadika, even Krishna says, worship of the Vaishnav, of the Bhakta is more important than worshiping me. So, Akarnath Prabhu, make a point, and then we'll have Kanka come in.
When I walked in, I wasn't here for Dravida Prabhu's introduction, but when I walked in, the devotees were talking about how Srila Prabhupada was presenting exactly the science of Krishna as he heard it in disciplic succession, and that without adding or subtracting, that he wasn't materially motivated to change things in order to, he had no motivation to make it his own personality cult. Rather, he took pains to make sure this was the genuine, authorized bhakti cult of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, even though he, as the spiritual master, was the transparent via medium. I heard that when I came.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. You could please sit right here. Kankadevi Dasi, of one of very senior disciples of Srila Prabhupada. Tell Maguna, she's next.
Hare Krishna. Thank you for being here, and I just want to say that I'm always so inspired by the ISV devotees. It's such an amazing place. I feel really grateful to be able to live near here and serve with all of you. You're just so amazing. I also have a hard time on this day because I get really emotional to make an offering to Srila Prabhupada. But thank you for giving me this opportunity. Dear Srila Prabhupada, every day I think of your life, what you accomplished and what you've given to me and the world. You worked hard to raise your 5 children, become a successful businessman, take care of your father and your family members. Throughout these early years, you never forgot the request of your beloved Gurudev, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. This was your goal, to fulfill his request to come to the West and to teach this science of Krishna consciousness to the English-speaking people. We are so fortunate to have books like the Lilamrita by Satsarup Maharaj and a lifetime of preparation by my dear god sister Mulapakriti Prabhu. These biographies describe your trials and tribulations. You worked so hard at every step, starting the League of Devotees, writing and distributing Back to Godhead magazine, translating and printing the first 3 volumes of Srimad Bhagavatam. You were never discouraged by the many difficulties that tried to block your progress toward your goal. You always exhibited all the qualities of a pure devotee, including compassion, patience, perseverance, and enthusiasm. You sat on the steps of the Scandia Steamship Company for 5 hours waiting to meet Sumati Maharaji. First, she denied your request for passage to America. She said, Swami, you are too old and it's too cold, but you persisted. The ocean voyage was very difficult. You suffered 2 heart attacks. You prayed to Krishna, and in a dream, he promised to calm the seas so that you could tolerate the voyage. After arriving in Boston Harbor, the captain said they had never had such a calm crossing of the Atlantic Ocean. There are so many wonderful pastimes in Butler, Pennsylvania, early New York City, and San Francisco, but they were not without challenges. You have taught us by your example how to weather the storms in life by always taking shelter of the holy names, Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, and the association of the devotees. I feel so incredibly fortunate that one day in April of 1970, I met 2 of your disciples in Berlin, Germany. They had one pamphlet in English called Krishna, the Reservoir of Pleasure. It had another essay called Who is Crazy? After reading these 2 essays, I knew I had found the man I was looking for. I was searching all throughout my youth for a better understanding of who God was. From that day on, I started chanting the Hare Krishna mantra. I took initiation in July of 1971 in New York. I feel so fortunate that I am allowed to be part of this incredible Hare Krishna movement. Recently this year, 2 devotee friends of mine passed away unexpectedly. Madhusudan Prabhu died of COVID, and my dear friend, Urvasi Prabhu, died suddenly of a stroke. Although appearing very healthy, both of these departures were shocking. It made me realize how important your message to chant the holy names. I remember when you said, "Don't think this won't happen to you." Now more and more, death is becoming a reality. My life has been full of ups and downs on the material ocean like everyone else, but I am so grateful that I have you as the captain of our ship. You have always guided me through the thick and thin. You have given us knowledge of the absolute truth. This knowledge and love you have given us is immeasurable. Each day, I pray to Krishna that I can repay you for all that you have given me and that I have the opportunity to give it to others. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, your servant, Kankadevi Dasi. And I just want to tell you a little memory I have of getting initiated by Srila Prabhupada in New York City. It was Brooklyn Temple, and when I first approached him, he said, "What is your name?" And I said, "Susie," and he goes, "Not that name." And then the person next to him said, "Prabhupada, you haven't given her her new name yet." So then as I was walking away, Prabhupada said, "So now, what is your new name?" And I couldn't remember the new name he gave me. And he said, "See, you've forgotten already." So he was very much teasing me when I asked him how many rounds. He said, "How many rounds do you chant?" And I said, 16, and his eyes got really big, and he said, "That's all?" So I told him I would try to chant more, and so it was really a wonderful experience. There were 3 days of initiations. How many devotees? I don't know how many. Over 60 devotees were initiated during those 3 days. And then when I came into his quarters in the afternoon, because I got first initiation and second initiation on the same day. And I came into his quarters, and someone had brought a banana in, and he had a rose on his desk. And he took a spoon, and he smushed some of the banana from the fire sacrifice into the rose. And to this day, I don't know why he did that. And I wanted to ask him, but I was too shy. Does anybody know why he did that? I always ask. I don't know. Anyway, it was just such a wonderful time to be with Prabhupada. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. And I didn't even cry this year.
Thank you to Kank Devi Dasi. Haribo. And now we have Her Grace Mahaguna Devi Dasi, who is one of the very rare direct disciples of Srila Prabhupada from Japan, and who is also the wife of our very dear Satyadev Prabhu, who is sitting right here, who also, as you heard last night, joined the Hare Krishna movement in Japan. And at first, when, I hope I'm not taking away from your Vyasa Puja offering, but Satyadev Prabhu shaved his head, so in protest, she shaved her head too.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you for the great introduction. Dear Srila Prabhupada, Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutare, Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Itanamini, Namaste Saraswati Deve Garubhani Pacharini, Navishesha Sunyavadi Paskachala Setarini. Yeah, I feel I was very lucky. Oh, I don't want this paper. This paper. I feel very lucky. No, it's okay. I feel very lucky, just like Vaisesika Prabhu said, that there was only four devotees who got initiated in Japan. And for some reason or other, I don't know why, but I was fortunate enough to get initiated because I didn't have any inclination towards spiritual life, nor I wasn't searching for the absolute truth. But somehow or other, if I think about it now, I guess it must have been my time, because Prabhupada had touched me. And touching, I wasn't going to cry this time, but touching means that he had given me very firm foundation for spiritual life for the person like me that didn't have any desire for spiritual life. So the power of spiritual master and Krishna is unlimited, that nobody can calculate. You may know so many things, you may search so many things for, forever and ever. But unless you have that little good luck, that you wouldn't see this. You wouldn't meet your spiritual master. You wouldn't be guided right way. This wasn't what I wanted to speak about it, but what I wanted to say was this few years that I was, I didn't have very much association or activities of Krishna consciousness because of the COVID. And then I had a lot of time to look over my life, kind of review, see if I'm actually becoming really happy. See if I really developing the quality as a human being, as a spiritual soul. And Prabhupada had given us everything to become one, but am I really getting that? Am I really practicing it and making it my own? Or do I still hankering for admire, the people that can admire me? Or do I still feel so much attachment? And I can't say I have gained all this stuff. I'm still suffering. I'm still hankering. I'm still down below. And but then I realized, the Prabhupada used to say, the spiritual life, devotional life is like sandwich. You have great sadhana in the morning and in the evening, and then you do your duty during the daytime. So, of course, my sadhana wasn't so great, so it didn't spill over in my daily life. But my real purpose is to connect to Krishna, to be always thinking about Krishna. So during those days that I'm not particularly doing my sadhana, I may do other stuff, other household duties, whatever, that you can check. I can check myself. I see some people, coming to me and then saying stuff, then would that bother me? Would that make me angry? Can I be more compassionate to other people? Am I developing those things? And then I feel that is sadhana that we have to work on 24/7, on top of what we do in the morning and evening. Then your life would be a little better, and then I'll be a little happier. And the Prabhupada had already given all this stuff, but when he said, I guess I didn't have a ear to hear. It took me 50 years to realize this. And so I'm just praying that somehow what Prabhupada had said would sink into me, and then I can actually practice that throughout the day, and then become happy, just like he said we could be all happy. I think that's what I've been thinking, and then I hope I can really take what Prabhupada said and become a little deeper, not just doing things, doing the rituals, but become a little bit deeper. That's what I'm hoping. Thank you.
Mahaguna Devi she actually learned perfect English by going out on book distribution and practicing talking to people about taking books and so forth. And then she's become the topmost translator in Japan. Nobody can surpass her translation for those who are speaking, especially Satyadev Prabhu. And she has a mystic power that she knows what you're going to say next. So it's almost simultaneous translation when she does it. Thank you very much for all that you do. Hare Krishna. And next we have Navina Nirada Prabhu, who will give us his association and realizations. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Om Jnanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurum Litamina Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, I'm feeling very honored and humbled. I wake up every day reciting your pranam mantras and go to bed doing the same, becoming slowly aware of your impact that you have on the world through the potency of this Krishna consciousness movement. A few years ago, I was walking with your disciple Burijan Prabhu in Govardhan, and he told me that there's 3 questions that we should always ask ourselves. Number 1, who am I? And then he answered, I'm a servant. Number 2, who occupies my heart? Who is there in my heart? Who do I want to please? Who is there for you? Is it your guru? Is it Krishna? Who is there? And number 3, what's my contribution to this ISKCON society? What am I going to do to make a contribution? So I just completed my 2nd tour of the majority of the temples of the United States, traveling around in a van. And I felt a little bit like on the footsteps like Narad Muni, who met Krishna in his different palaces in Dwarka and saw him engaged in different activities. So I feel very fortunate and blessed to meet you wherever I travel in your deity form, but even more so, in a way, in your devotees. Because the potency, the vibrancy is being experienced when we see Krishna Shakti Vinanahitara Pravartana, when we see this Krishna's potency coming through the Guru Parampara, through the disciples who are following sincerely the instructions of the spiritual master. And also, by meeting people who have met you and whose lives have become touched by reading your books. I was in northern Michigan near Mackinac Bridge in a town called Sheboygan, and I approached a middle-aged man with his son on a Walmart parking lot. And while walking up to him, he saw me with a stack of books, and he exclaimed, "Prabhupada is my favorite author." And his teenage son looked at him and with big eyes of surprise, so he had a little explaining to do to his son. And he happily took all the books that he did not own yet, and the video and some beads, and he was very, very happy to meet me there. So I'm feeling blessed because I get to meet so many people whose lives have been touched by you and by this potency of the Krishna consciousness movement. Your lectures have kept me alive, and more than one way, being out there on the road, driving long hours, listening to your lectures over and over and over again, has been very illuminating and life-giving. When I took a little break on a farm in Michigan, I started reading some of the Acharya's books because I felt that after a few decades, it's about time that I start to look at what has Rupa Goswami written, what have some of our Acharyas written. And I read some of their principal works, And I noticed how you have distilled the essence of all their teachings in your Bhaktivedanta purports. So after a few weeks, I decided to start again with the Bhagavatam because I was just missing that special flavor, that unique ambrosia that comes from reading your books. So I felt like I'm addicted to the Bhagavatam, and I'm, again, fully absorbed in your transcendental writings. Please allow me to always carry you in my heart and to dedicate my life and soul to your mission. I feel very blessed to have so many benevolent elders who are showering their affection, their teachings, their instructions, their kind words on me, to have so many peers who are who I can consider my friends, and so much opportunity for service that it is a great honor to serve in this movement. Is a privilege. I feel truly blessed, and I pray to you on your appearance day that you please shower your mercy, your affection, and your empowerment on this fool, so I can be a true recipient of your of your instructions. Thank you very much, Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. All glory to Srila Prabhupada.
Navina Nirada Prabhu, at last couple of years, had traveled all over North America on what he called an appreciation tour. He went to probably dozens, maybe hundreds of devotees and just met with them to tell them how much he appreciated their service. It's a good thing to do during the pandemic. Thank you for all that you do and the example that you set wherever you go, Navina Prabhu. Hare Krishna. We have Jagarini, Devi Dasi, who's one of Prabhupada's senior disciples, who's ready to go. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. Thank you all so much for being here on this incredibly auspicious day. It's always so hard because of Janmashtami. So thank you all for, I know you all worked so hard. Yesterday's festival was tremendous success. And Srila Prabhupada's never looked more beautiful. Vanchakalpa Tarubhishchakri Pasendapyeva Chapatitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamini Tinamani Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shanyavadi Paskachare Satarni. Dear Srila Prabhupada, a time of confusion, age of quarrel and tow, you descended a sadhu, a child who would grow to fulfill the desires of saints gone before and bring Bhagavat Dharma to America's shore. A humble start, your father's pride, your knowledge and devotion amplified, a devotee of Krishna with spiritual ambition, your guru's order would become your mission. A life in preparation with patience and the will to preach in the West, to attempt to instill Lord Chaitanya's message. Chant the holy names. Please give up bad habits. Become happy and sane. But would anyone listen? Would they want to hear? You prayed to the Lord, and his message was clear. So many hippies who were seeking the truth, you transformed into happies, a generation of youth. Since your departure, much time has passed. Your movement's grown, distributing vast amounts of your books, reading and studying too. We're trying to cooperate, hoping to please you. And though I feel your presence each and every day, I also miss you terribly. And I pray that I may execute this Krishna consciousness very expertly and diligently, just as you request. You wrote this to me years ago. I try my very best to follow you completely, the perfection of my life, to always remain your servant, to end material strife, to serve your mission, the only way to save the human race. I prostrate myself at your feet, your divine grace.
And now, Sadhu Vrindavan. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Sadhu Vrindavan was born into the Krishna consciousness movement, and before he could reach the ends of the Mridanga, he demanded to play it. And when he could reach, he could play it before he took any lessons. So any of the next generation who are appearing here at ISV and other places around the Krishna consciousness movement obviously have great momentum from past life, coming in, knowing how to do so many things, also being naturally inclined to Krishna, what to speak of, as Krishna mentions in the Bhagavad Gita. One who has practiced Krishna consciousness diligently, or at least even half-heartedly in a previous life, gets an opportunity in the next to have the association of Vaishnavas in the most intimate way as parents. So, thank you, Sadhu. Please go ahead.
Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your lotus feet and all the devotees. Wow, I mean, your story is just incredible. Nobody could ever replicate your love and service for your Gurudev, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Maharaj. You're the epitome of selflessness. I mean, you did so much and still acted like it was not that much. The love for your disciples is so beautiful. Thank you for Vaisesika Prabhu. Without him, ISV wouldn't be the same. He's the foundation and pillar of ISV. His guidance has been really needed, and he always finds time to spend with the kids. Thank you so much for my Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Indrana Swami Maharaj. I'm so grateful to him. He's the only reason that I chant my 16 rounds, and his mercy has, to me, my family, my sister, it's beautiful. And yeah, I was just talking with Gopal Champu Prabhu the other day when he came, and he was talking about how that Srila Prabhupada, when Vaisesika Maharaj was doing a kirtan the other day, he was talking about how he was imagining there was this whole spaceship, and Srila Prabhupada was leading it, and all the Prabhupada disciples were 5-star generals, and then all the devotees, were the helpers. And we were distributing all the books, Srila Prabhupada's books. And I was just thinking how it's really important to distribute the books of Srila Prabhupada, because I mean, this world, it's dukkalayam ashashvatam. It's full of misery. So I was just thinking how it's really, we have to take up Srila Prabhupada's movement and, you know, distribute the books. But also, we should read his books first, and we should read his books and, you know, intake all the lessons that the Lord, he wrote the Srimad Bhagavatam, we should read that. And then after that, we should start distributing his books. So thank you so much, Srila Prabhupada, for all that you've done for us. I'm really grateful I'm really grateful that I could be in your movement, and, you know, with all my friends and devotees and Vaisesika Maharaj, Giriraj Maharaj, Satidev Prabhu, Akarnath Prabhu, all the Prabhupada disciples. It's really great. Thank you so much.
Shraddha Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Thank you. Om Jnanatimirandhasya Jnananjan Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Dear Srila Prabhupada, I cannot even begin to describe how happy I am to be able to participate in your Vyasa Puja celebrations this year. It was a transcendental experience to walk into the temple this morning and to smell the good smell of kachoris being fried in the kitchen. Thank you so much for teaching us that skill. I had participated without break for 9 years, and I had taken that as granted. My inability to participate last year due to job-related commitments made me realize the importance of your Vyasa Puja. Thank you, Prabhupada, for opening my eyes. 5 years ago on your Vyasa Puja day, I had foolishly thought that I was ready to dedicate myself to serving your mission. It was not to be. The COVID pandemic hit not only the body, the mind, but also the economy as well. And soon I found myself back in the corporate corridors, the virtual ones this time, which was worse, as the fine line that divides work and personal life slowly got erased. What to talk of devotional life? I was fortunate to work dedicatedly for your mission for 3 years, but I took that for granted. This last 1 year, many nights as I went to sleep at 3 a.m. after wrapping up the office work, I would longingly think of devotees getting ready to go to Mangal Artik, literally being reminded of Bhagavad Gita 269. It says, Ya nisha sarva bhutanam tasyam jagrati samyami yasyam jagrati bhutani sa nisha pashchato manehe. Which is, what is night for all beings is the time of awakening for the self-controlled. And the time of awakening for all beings is night for the introspective sage. There were many moments of guilt as I thought, how come I get the energy to stay awake till 3 a.m. churning out mindless project status reports, night after night, week after week, and months after month, and then miss the Saturday program at the temple? Where from do I get the energy to learn newer software and go deeper into management techniques? How come I can be in project management samadhi for hours at a stretch, whereas the moment I sit down to chant, the mind goes all over the place? Was there some desire buried deep inside somewhere? Why, the mind shouted. And then the answer came. a lifetime of preparation. Srila Prabhupada, you suffered much more than I do, but you never lost the focus on your goal, life goal, to fulfill the desire of your spiritual master, to print and distribute books. You seemingly started at 69, but there was a lifetime of preparation behind it. Maybe Krishna has a purpose behind putting me where I am today. The mind reasons during the better moments like that. I just need to be patient and accepting of Krishna's special mercy and never lose track of the goal, distribute books. And I cannot do that without your help, Prabhupada. On this most auspicious day of your holy appearance, I will repeat the prayer that we did this morning. Dear Prabhupada, Ekaki Amar Nahi Paya Bala, Hari Nam Sankirtane, Tumi Kripa Kori Shraddha Bindu Diyo, Deho Krishna Nam Dhane. I do not find the strength to carry on alone the Sankirtan of the holy name of Hari. Please bless me by giving just one drop of faith with which to obtain the great treasure of the holy name of Krishna. Please give me the strength and the intelligence to be able to serve you and the devotees by taking Krishna consciousness more seriously and offer my newly gained skills in the fire of Sankirtan in a humble and cooperative way, and thus please you and your dear disciple and my dear spiritual master, Vaisesika Prabhu. Thank you so much for considering my request. Your humble and fortunate servant, Shraddha Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna.
Despite the distraction of having to go back into the intensive environment of the corporation and work, Shraddha Devi Dasi maintains a higher level of service than most people can imagine. Thank you very much for all that you do. Hare Krishna. And now we have the intrepid Govindacharan Prabhu, who's, as I just said, intrepid and unaware that I was going to call on him, apparently. Look up intrepid. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Oh. Hey. Govindacharan Prabhu and his wife are the organizers of Sadhu Sangha, which takes all year long to prepare for, but that's only a side project.
Thank you, Prabhu, for giving this opportunity to glorify Srila Prabhupada. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminita Namane Namaste Saraswate Gauravane Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschati Deshitarane. This offering is titled God That Doesn't Need a Shave.
It doesn't need what?
A shave.
Oh, shave, okay.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to your divine grace. Your appearance day is right after the appearance day of Krishna. This is the best buy one get one offer ever. Rasika Shiromani and I were in Europe last month visiting the beautiful temples you and your devoted followers have established and maintained for so many years. With all the latest technology and internet, it was quite an intense effort for us to plan our trip of mere 3 weeks. We stayed with devotees at temples and at Airbnbs in various places. That's when it occurred to us what it means to go to a new country to establish Krishna consciousness, not knowing anyone beforehand, what to speak of not having the funds nor knowing the language. But despite all such odds, the fact that all these temples exist is an irrefutable testimony to your greatness and how much you have empowered your disciples and followers to surrender their lives to Krishna. We were also fortunate to be in the same rooms that your lotus feet had grazed upon in both the Bhaktivedanta Manor in UK and the new Mayapur Castle in France. Our entire trip was so much opportunities to appreciate your divine grace. In Rome, we thought there was no temple or devotee close to where we stayed. After arriving, we found a devotee-run restaurant just a few minutes away. And one of them told there is actually a preaching center just half an hour outside the city, and His Grace Vaisesika Prabhu was just there a few months ago. Such is your glory, Srila Prabhupada. In Paris, we were fortunate to take darshan of Shri Radha Parisishvara, whom you personally installed. We just couldn't take our eyes off of Parisishvara. His eyes are so piercing and his beauty is so unparalleled. His darshan is so captivating. It was especially very significant after our visit to the Louvre Museum in Paris, where there were many paintings on the walls done by famous painters depicting many aspects of the Christian theology. It was certainly inspiring and educational to learn about many of the devoted saints and people who lived in a God-conscious life and in many cases sacrificed their lives for good. Similarly, the massively large structures, domes, halls in Europe, especially in Rome, were certainly awe-inspiring and stands as a proof of a religion that enjoys such widespread followers. Thanks to your teachings, we could appreciate the many common elements in terms of worshipping personal God, dedicating one's life in the service of God, spreading this message, etc. However, with all due respect, we were shocked to see the paintings where God is depicted as an old man with beard, giving his judgments. Though we have heard about this in your lectures and conversation, it never actually sank in us what it means to have such a conception of God as an old man. That's when our greatest appreciation for you rose in our hearts, Srila Prabhupada. You have given us Krishna, the most youthful person who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the Supreme Enjoyer, who is the Supreme Well-Wisher, our Supreme Lover. Many times we take the knowledge you have given us in your books for granted, but on that trip, when we were in the middle of hundreds of visitors whose only knowledge of God was that of an old man with a beard, that's when we realized our real good fortune of knowing about the real nature of God as Navayavanam. It also reminded me of how much more work you have left for us to do to deliver the sublime knowledge of the real nature of God, who is our all-attractive Krishna, to all those sincere souls who are hankering to revive their relationship with Him. It reminded how each of your books is filled with such revolutionary knowledge that can eradicate the impersonalism, voidism, and other inaccurate personalist ideas which have dominated various civilizations for thousands of years. On this auspicious day, we pray that we all receive your empowerment to continue your mission of distributing your books so everyone know who God really is. All the beautiful deities you have established like Radha Parisishvara are waiting for those lost souls. Krishna se tomara, Krishna dite paro, tomara shakati ache. Krishna is yours and you have the power to give Krishna to others. We pray that we receive your gift of Krishna and share him with others and make your glories known throughout the entire three worlds. Ebeyas Kushuk Tribhuvana. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Govindacharan Prabhu, thanks for making life always so colorful and interesting. I don't know what I'd do without you. Let's take a couple minutes before we have our next speaker to reflect. it's helpful to hear what we're all hearing. What kinds of points or ways of presenting are affecting you in any way that you can share? What did you hear? Yes.
Please accept my humble obeisances. When Navina Nirad Prabhu said that he was feeling blessed by meeting one person who said, Srila Prabhupada is my favorite author. Even 2 months back when I was distributing in Grass Valley, there was people taking the books, and then there was one shop, and there was one lady. He showed the books, and she saw the books, and she saw the Science of Self-Realization cover, and she came like full speed with her bike, and she just stopped right, and she was wondering that, oh, she will get to meet the author, and she was so excited that she was like, oh, where is the author? Where is the author? She was like, it really made she was just got the books, and she was like 10 pages or something into it, but it really changed her life. I could see, and she took Srimad Bhagavatam set and whatever books she could take, and she's reading it, and she's joining the classes and everything. So I was thinking that I'm also, very blessed that, I'm meeting such a nice people. So, yeah, thank you.
I think that one of the themes is learning not to take for granted what we're getting, and realizing, like Govindacharan Prabhu mentioned, having that revelation of seeing, oh, I saw Kurnath Prabhu smiling during that point, this is actually what the material Prabhupada's presenting is relevant, and it's profound also what he's given us. Maguna also pointed out this way of appreciating what Prabhupada's given, not just taking it as a ritual that we're doing. Let's see a couple more points. Karanath Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. I really like the point that Govindacharan was making about seeing the Western depiction of God as an old man, and how Srila Prabhupada has revealed to us, of course, this ever youthful enjoyer, Krishna, whereas, of course, he says in Bhagavad Gita, Kavim Purana Manushashataram Ahamadir Hidevana Maharshinam. He's the oldest, actually, he's the original person. But at the same time, this conception of him somehow as if he was under material nature, that his hair had to turn white, and that his job is to judge people and reward and punish people for their good and bad deeds, rather than the real understanding that our job is to be eternal servants of Krishna and assist him in his youthful and joyful pastimes. So I was very impressed. I liked that realization of yours, and I just wanted to elaborate on it a little more.
Tim.
Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. This is my first time for the Prabhupada Remembrance Day. But what I did really like was the sort of diversity of speakers. Everyone's coming from different parts of the world and also expressing themselves in different ways. The poem I thought was very beautiful and endearing. And people were talking about personal experiences, their spiritual journeys, or their stories with Prabhupada, or travels throughout the world. I thought it was all... It was a lot to take in, and I'll probably have to watch it again on YouTube as I do all the time. So thank you, whoever does that service, the YouTube ISKCON Valley. It does help me rewatch things. But I think one of the things that I can take away was the 3 questions to ask yourself daily. Who occupies my heart? What is my contribution to this society? And who am I? That one I could personally take away and add to my practice because it's simple and also very useful. Thank you.
Sadhu, sadhu. One more reflection before we continue. Yes.
So when Mahaguna Devidasi, she was giving her Vyasa Puja offering, I was also very touched when she mentioned that there were only 4 or some devotees in Japan when she took the initiation, and she wasn't even hankering for any spiritual life, or she had no idea or searching for absolute truth, and she somehow got initiated. And so I was connecting myself. So both my initiations happened just like she mentioned that it was just the time, and that happened, and it happened the same way for me. And for me, it was very blissful that day I could, before the initiation, took the blessings of all Srila Prabhupada disciples present, because for me, Srila Prabhupada is represented by his disciples, and I can connect to Srila Prabhupada through them. So thank you so much.
And now we have the inimitable Akurunath Prabhu to please come switch chairs. And
I apologize, I was called away. A client had an emergency and I had to write some emails and make some phone calls, and I missed the poem, which is, Jagarini will read it to me later, I'm sure. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. One devotee was just saying how she sees you in your disciples, and I'm remembering how you, on your own Guru Maharaj's either appearance day or disappearance day, pointed out that you were seeing that he was sending your disciples, they were representatives of you, and I'm feeling the same way, especially here in ISV, where so many devotees are under the guidance of His Grace Vaisesika Dasa and Nirakula Devi Dasi, are learning your books very thoroughly, and also displaying an example of the realization from your books of how to render devotional service as you've taught us. You are the founder Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. It's your books that are the primary instructions about Krishna for all of us. And you're such an extraordinary founder Acharya, an extraordinary spiritual master. I'm reflecting that Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Prabhupada, sent other of his disciples at great expense to the Gaudiya Math. He sent Ban Maharaj and another disciple to London. But realistically, it seems almost an impossible task to convince materialistic people of the importance of devotional service to Krishna. Even people who have some other devotional religious tradition, people tend to think of God as an order supplier. They tend to think that our lives are the center of the world, and that God's measured in relation to that. Even Narada Muni had to chastise Vyasadeva that he had presented in so many Puranas this idea of being rewarded for good deeds and punished for bad deeds. And Narada Muni said, in this way they'll never get a taste of what pure devotional service, unmotivated devotional service is really like. They won't have a taste for renunciation. And we see that in preaching work, that materialistic people generally think good fortune means material good fortune. And if you tell them that the highest welfare work is to present these teachings of the Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya authentically, they won't get it. They think that that what are you doing to benefit the poor and the distressed, and they don't see that we're ending the real cause of the distress rather than just saving the shirt and coat of a drowning person. Srila Prabhupada, you, unlike, when others had failed, you were successful in delivering this message because of your purity, because of your complete dedication to your spiritual master's mission and instructions, as we heard this morning, Vyavasayatmaka Buddhir. And you had complete faith that somehow, through the power of the holy name, that Krishna would take care of his fledgling disciples when other devotees, preachers may have just thought that we were many. When you came, what you endured, if you read the Lilamrita that Satsvarup Maharaj wrote, and you see how Prabhupada was dealing with really drug-addled people that were, it was actually written that, go to the Hare Krishna temple in the morning after you've been up all night taking LSD, that it's a good place to re-enter or something like that. And you were confronted with many really crazy people, actually, and were able to tolerate and see and fan the spark, see the spirit soul within us, and have confidence that if we chanted Hare Krishna, we could be saved. And in this way, you were so powerful, so pure, so able to present the true message without watering it down and offering material solutions, rather than reminding us that the ultimate solution is the spiritual solution. I wanted to say every year I serve in the Rath Yatra parade. I serve in the question and answer booth. And every year in Los Angeles, His Holiness Giriraj Swami comes, that's the anchor position, at 5 o'clock he comes and he chants, plays kartals, and then it's very sweet and exceedingly nice to cap off the day that way. And this year he was mentioning, there were some devotees were coming and asking him about his association with His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami. And he recounted that although he'd met Tamal Krishna Goswami before, that one of his first serious, what he remembered, a serious association, is that Tamal Krishna Goswami impressed upon him that the secret to success in spiritual life is to please the spiritual master, and that you have to be completely dedicated to the spiritual master. As it's part of our regular sadhana that we chant the Guru Vashtakam prayers every morning. I understand they do that in Gaudiya Math as well, that Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur established that these teachings about the spiritual master, yasya prasadan nagati kutopi, that we can't make any advancement, and yasya prasadan bhagavat prasado, that it's by the spiritual master's grace that we get the mercy of Krishna. And this is the essence of spiritual life. To those who are have complete faith, implicit faith in both the spiritual master and in Krishna, are all the imports of the Vedic literatures revealed. Yasya deve para bhaktir yata deve tata guro tasyaite yati katita hyarta prakashanti mahatmana. And so I was thinking this year, why were you born the day after Janmashtami? Because it's more appropriate that we worship you first. We worship the spiritual master, and then we worship Krishna by the grace of the spiritual master. So I thought one way to think about this is that we are worshiping you first today, and then we have a whole year to continue worshiping and serving. And so I just want to express my admiration and my gratitude for your accepting me despite all my faults and weaknesses. And I'm looking forward to becoming perfect in devotional service for your pleasure. Hare Krishna.
Haribol. Guess what? Everyone gets a 3-minute break. Please stand up and take a break, and also share with somebody anything that you heard so far that you appreciated. Come back here at 28 minutes after, otherwise there'll be trouble. We'll be starting in 36 seconds. Now it's 30. Right. So how will we stage it? Okay. Will he have to move out of here? Okay. Let's do that soon. So while we're waiting for His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj to come back out, please share a realization or two before Nirkula Devi Dasi starts.
You know about the play, the skit, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just remembered, actually. We may have to restage everything here. Prabhu. Achyuta.
Actually, Maharaj, today morning when I got up and...
no Kumbh Mela, please.
I was just... one thing I was thinking was I was feeling very grateful for this community because one thing that I picked up from Srila Prabhupada Lilamrita was that Srila Prabhupada actually said that if you want to survive as a devotee in America, the only way to survive is by distributing books. He writes that in Lilamrit. And I was just being grateful that my devotional life in America became easier because I'm part of this community. Because they live and breathe distributing Srila Prabhupada's books. So I was just feeling grateful for that. So.
Okay. A couple of things. One is Vaisesika and company have put together a skit. So we're going to have to restage, I think. Just the tables and mic stands? But okay, but we'll have to move back there, right? So figure out the logistics to move everybody as quickly as possible when we need to go, okay? And now my wife Nirkula Devi Dasi, who's a service warrior.
See, now I'm already tearing up and I haven't even started.
We got plenty of napkins here, don't we?
Do I have your permission? Thank you. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pucharane Nirshesa Sunyavadi Paschacha Desatarane. My dear Srila Prabhupada, this year marks the 100th anniversary of when you received the instruction to spread Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's message all over the world from your Gurudev, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. It was during your first visit to his ashram at Altadanga Junction Road in Calcutta. 2 years ago, we went to this most sacred place, which was being painstakingly renovated, and climbed the very same stairs that your lotus feet touched as you ascended to an encounter that not only changed the trajectory of your life, but the lives of millions. The transcendental power of that meeting can still be felt on this revered rooftop. Srila Prabhupada, you are the ideal example of a perfect disciple. You took that order to heart and came to the West to save us all. In the fertile ground of the 60s in New York, San Francisco, Montreal, and London, you started a revolution. The young and disenchanted, mostly hippie kids, were looking for truth, and you presented the absolute truth perfectly and honestly. In you, we found genuine humility, compassion, and love, and you won us over completely. In your commentary on the Narada Bhakti Sutra 1.8, you write, "Only by the combined mercy of the pure devotee, the bona fide spiritual master, and the Supreme Lord himself can one attain pure devotional service to the Lord. If someone is fortunate enough to find a pure devotee and accept him as his spiritual master, then this spiritual master, out of his causeless mercy, will impart the knowledge of pure devotional service. And it is the Lord, out of his causeless mercy, who sends his most confidential servitor to this world to instruct pure devotional service. By the divine grace of the spiritual master, the seed of pure devotional service, which is completely different from the seed of fruitive activities and speculative knowledge, is sown in the heart of the devotee. Then, when the devotee satisfies the spiritual master and Krishna, this seed of devotional service grows into a plant that gradually reaches up to the spiritual world." That's the end of Prabhupada's purport. As a young teenager, I was seeking answers to my questions about the purpose of life and God. My sincerity or fervor for answers were by no means on par with the inconceivable mercy that I received when I came in contact with your disciples and books, or when you magnanimously accepted me as your disciple. I'm ashamed and humbled before you, Srila Prabhupada. I have wasted so much of this life, the life that you've given me. Attempts at expressing my heartfelt gratitude feel disingenuous and hollow because I have not put that deep appreciation into action. Please hear my fervent prayer that I may be graced with the intelligence, sincerity, and determination to be of some service to you, your mission, and the Vaishnavas. With every ounce of sincerity that I can muster, I beg you to please help me to take up your mood and allow me to assist you eternally in whatever capacity you deem fit in your service to your Guru Maharaj and Nitai Gauranga. Eternally your servant, Nirkula Dasi. I just like to say I'm so inspired by all of you. As Kanka mentioned, and as many of you know, we're losing our God brothers and God sisters. They're passing on to their next destination in service to Srila Prabhupada. And to know and to see and to experience that you all have the taste that Srila Prabhupada imbibed in us, that your gurus have passed it on to you, that you've taken it up. You read his books, you do the service, you're developing relationships with each other, strong bonds. When I came this morning, there was still a crew of about 20 devotees outside and in the kitchen cleaning, and my heart just leapt. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and they're all happily serving, cleaning. The kitchen was spotless when we walked in. You can see the parking lot has all been cleaned up. Everything has been taken down. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Now we're going to have a play that's been set up by Vaisesika and her troupe. So we're going to move. Dave Prabhu back there.
Hare Krishna.
Home, sweet home. It is not low, not high. It is neither close nor far. It is neither narrow nor wide. Once upon a time, one very pure, immaculate soul, just straight from its original source, flew by. She saw the house and asked,
"Oh, knock knock. Whose house is it? No one lives here. Then I guess I'll live here." I just doesn't work this way. I guess it's my wings. Worked. What a beautiful house.
The soul settled in the house. She looks out of the window and admires what a beautiful houses all her neighbors have. Suddenly, the first guest came to the house.
Did you get new clothes? Get a new phone? Oh, look at this nice house. Who lives here?
I live here. And who are you?
Oh, you don't recognize me?
No.
Does anybody here recognize me? No? Nobody? I'm Envy.
Oh.
Yeah, I can teach you so many things. Can I live with you?
Live with me? In this house?
Yeah.
Okay, come on in. It's gonna be fun.
Envy settled in the soul's house and taught her how to envy well. They began to live together and accumulate karma. Once Envy said to the soul,
Hey, Soul, can my friend come over? It's going to be so much more fun.
Your friend?
Yeah. I haven't seen her for a long time.
I guess it's fun. It's gonna be fun. Let's do it.
Yay.
So the Envy's friend came to them. Wow! What an evil and restless. Do you know who is it? Who it is? Yeah. Anger taught the soul how to be angry. They began to live together and accumulate karma. Then, again, someone else came to visit.
I'm the best. I know everything.
Who is it? Yeah. Pride no longer asked for permission to enter and just broke into the soul's house and taught her how to be proud. Pride began to praise their own house, saying,
Your house is the best.
and so they begin to live together and accumulate karma. Soul began to feel uncomfortable with such housemates, but she became attached to them. So attached. They behaved so wild and selfish. The soul didn't know what to do with them. And suddenly, another guest arrived.
Oh, I want this. Look at this. I want this. Oh, can I have this? Wow. Wow, what a nice house. And a lovely company. Oh. Do you know who I am? Wow. Nice to meet you. Wow, I want to live with you. Can I stay here?
Stay with us?
Yes.
But we have already so many people here.
But I want.
Well, if you want, as long as we can live peacefully. No? No? Кружитесь, кружитесь, кружитесь. Oh my Lord, I'm so scared. I don't know what to do. Please help me. I just got so much, so attached, and it's so painful. What do? I don't know what to do with this. I want so much, but it makes me painful.
Books. Who needs books about happiness? Books. Books. Hey, sir, would you like book about happiness? Hey, lady, would you like book about happiness? Oh my God. Are you into self-improvement? No. But why? Perfect questions, perfect answers.
You don't need that. You know everything.
You have questions.
No.
And we have answers. Please take this book.
No, I'm alright. Thank you so much. No.
Or maybe are you disappointed about something? Then you have second chance.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Oh my God. Wait a minute. I have special book for you. The Jewel of Vedic Literature. Bhagavad Gita! The solution for all problems.
It's too thick. Don't take it. You wouldn't read it. You don't have time. Don't take it.
Please take.
No.
Books. Who needs books? Books. Books. The soul. The soul began to regain her strength and knowledge. She learned how to chant Maha Mantra.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
The meaning of the soul's life was revealed. The soul began to read Srila Prabhupada's books, attend Sunday programs and Harinams, and serve Vaishnavas. Her restless housemates somehow calmed down and stopped bothering her.
How this feels to come to me. Go away. Hare Krishna, go away. Go. Leave. Leave me alone. Krishna, Hare Bol.
The soul kicked them all out one by one. And when she was completely free of anger, envy, pride, lust, she did not need a house at all. She left it and flew straight to the spiritual world, where water is a nectar, where every word is a song, every step is a dance.
Haribo! Hare. Oh.
power of the drama. It's quite effective. And I was thinking it's such a nice offering to Srila Prabhupada. He loved dramas. There were the Vaikuntha players at West 55th Street in New York. Prabhupada, we had actually a theater there. And Prabhupada would relish coming in, and he wanted those players to enact philosophical points. In fact, they did on the streets of New York, where big crowds of people would come in and then take books and so forth. I think it was an extremely effective offering and deeply touching. Let's thank the, what's the name of the group? They have to have a name. Vrindasevika, do you have a name for your group? What are they called? You need a name for your troop. What's it called? Well, just give me a temporary name.
Sorry, we don't have a name at the moment, so it's just a new band. Maybe all together we can come up with something.
Let's thank the Hare Krishna players. Haribol.
Haribol!
And now, humble request for Giriraj Maharaj to address us. Yes, Giriraj.
Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chaksun Militam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namare Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunivari Paschatya Desha Tarine Anchakalpatrubhyascha Kripasindhuvevacha Vidanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 My dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble, prostrated obeisances at your all-merciful lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. When an interviewer once asked you, "What is the goal of life?" you replied, "The goal of life is to enjoy." The effort to enjoy materially through the mind and senses leads only to frustration and misery. But spiritually, one can enjoy in relation to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and that pleasure, unlike the temporary so-called happiness of the material world, is eternal. And that eternal happiness can be realized through the mercy of Sri Nityananda Prabhu and you. Nitya means eternal, and Ananda means bliss. So if we can come in touch with Lord Nityananda through you, we can realize that eternal bliss for which we are hankering. How do we become eligible for your and Lord Nityananda's mercy? We can learn how from the description of his qualities and pastimes in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi Lila chapter 17, the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya in his youth. Text 17. Tabe Shachi Dekila Rama Krishna Dui Bai, Tabe Nistarila Prabhu Jagai Madhai. Translation. Thereafter, Mother Sachi Devi saw the brothers Krishna and Balaram and their manifestation of Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda. Then the Lord delivered the two brothers, Jagai and Madhai. In your purport, you write, Jagai and Madhai were two brothers born in Navadvip in a respectable Brahmin family, who later became addicted to all kinds of sinful activities. By the order of Lord Chaitanya, both Nityananda Prabhu and Haridas Thakur used to preach the cult of Krishna consciousness door to door. In the course of such preaching, they found Jagai and Madhai, two maddened, drunken brothers, who, upon seeing them, began to chase them. The next day, Madhai struck Nityananda Prabhu on the head with a piece of earthen pot, thus drawing blood. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard of this, he immediately came to the spot, ready to punish both brothers. But when the all-merciful Lord Gauranga saw Jagai's repentant behavior, he immediately embraced him. By seeing the Supreme Personality of Godhead face to face and embracing him, both the sinful brothers were at once cleansed. Thus they received initiation into the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra from the Lord and were delivered. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ordered Nityananda Prabhu and Haridas Thakur to go into Navadvip to approach whomever they met on the way, and to go door to door and request people to chant the name of Krishna, to worship Krishna, to follow Krishna's instructions. Bolo Krishna, Bhajo Krishna, Koro Krishna, Sika. And not to distinguish between who was qualified and who was not. And you, Srila Prabhupada, preached in that mood. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was ready to kill Jagai and Madhai, because the latter had physically injured Nityananda, the all-merciful Nityananda Prabhu said, "No, Lord, don't do that. Don't harm them. In Kali Yuga, our mission is not to kill the demons, but to deliver them. And in Kali Yuga, almost everyone is like Jagai and Madhai." In a conversation on June 11th, 1975 in Honolulu, you said, "This is a good certificate we have got from some very authoritative person, that we are turning these drug-addicted hippies into servants of Krishna and humanity. Is it not a good certificate?" "Yes, it is true. We were all hippies," Govinda Dasi responded. And you replied, chuckling, "This is the fact. I came to America for this purpose. Papi tapi jata chilo hariname udarilo, tara sakshi jagai madhai." Hariname udarilo. Simply by chanting Hare Krishna mantra, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu delivered all sinful men, suffering humanity. Is it true? What is the evidence? Tara Sakshi Jagai Madhai. Just see, Jagai and Madhai was drunkard. So I thought, why one Jagai and Madhai? Why not hundreds and thousands of them, if Harinam has got such power? So actually it has done so. Now you also take it very seriously. Papi tapi jata chilo hariname udarilo. Pape means sinful, and tapi means suffering. These two classes of men are there all over the world, sinful and suffering. As soon as one becomes sinful, he will suffer. So all these sinful and suffering beings were delivered simply by the method of Sankirtan, Hariname Udarilo, Tara Sakshi Jagai Madhai. People would actually see Jagai and Madhai, what they were and what they have become. Try to administer this. In your purport to Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Leela, chapter 16, text 65, you write, Jagai and Madhai were delivered solely by Nityananda Prabhu's mercy. When they injured Nityananda Prabhu, Lord Chaitanya became angry and decided to kill them with his Sudarshan chakra. But Nityananda Prabhu saved them from the Lord's wrath and delivered them. In the incarnation of Gaur Nitai, the Lord is not supposed to kill demons, but is supposed to deliver them by preaching Krishna consciousness. In the case of Jagai and Madhai, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was so angry that he would have immediately killed them. But Nityananda Prabhu was so kind that he not only saved them from death, but elevated them to the transcendental position. Thus, what was not possible for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was carried out by Nityananda Prabhu. Similarly, this is Srila Prabhupada's purport. Similarly, if one is true to Gaur Nitai's service in the disciplic succession, he can even excel Nityananda Prabhu's service. This is the process of disciplic succession. Nityananda Prabhu delivered Jagai and Madhai, but a servant of Nityananda Prabhu, by his grace, can deliver many thousands of Jagais and Madhais. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. That is the special benediction of the disciplic succession. One who is situated in the disciplic succession can be understood by the results of his activities. This is always true as far as the activities of the Lord and his devotees are concerned. Therefore, Lord Shiva says, Aradhananam sarvesham Vishnur Aradhanam Param Tasmat Parataram Devi Tadiyanam Samarchanam. Quote, of all types of worship, worship of Lord Vishnu is best. But better than the worship of Lord Vishnu is the worship of his devotee, the Vaishnava. Padma Purana. Again, continuing Srila Prabhupada's purport. By the grace of Vishnu, a Vaishnava can render better service than Vishnu. This is the special prerogative of a Vaishnava. The Lord actually wants to see his servants work more gloriously than himself. If we simply follow Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's instructions and follow in the footsteps of Sri Nityananda Prabhu. This Krishna consciousness movement can advance, and even more difficult tasks can be performed by the preachers remaining faithful to the service of the Lord. So, Srila Prabhupada, you took up the same mood of approaching anyone and everyone, pious or sinful, qualified or unqualified, without discrimination. As Nityananda Prabhu said, in Kali Yuga, practically everyone is like Jagai and Madhai. That may be more apparent in America and Europe than in India. Though I did hear a talk in which you were discussing how demonic Western civilization is, and how the leaders and pretty much everyone are demons. But then you added, actually in my country also, 80% are demons. But still, what you encountered in 1965 when you came to America was something that people now, especially people in India, can hardly imagine. Krishna Chandra Prabhu, Rishikesh Muffatlal, from Mumbai, used to say that people cannot imagine who you encountered when you went to America. He recommended that everyone see the DVDs of you when you came to America, first at 26 2nd Avenue in New York, and then at Golden Gate Park in San Francisco. People can't believe, can't imagine the type of people you were approaching. And they didn't always receive you well. To get some idea of what you experienced, everyone should read Srila Prabhupada Lilamrita and watch the DVD series following Srila Prabhupada. Yesterday someone asked how they can increase their relationship with Srila Prabhupada, so this is part of the answer. One of the most dramatic incidents occurred in the summer of 1966, when you were living in a loft in New York's Bowery, which was the most degraded part of the city, its Skid Row, and was inhabited mostly by drunks. But even they had a little respect for you. They would be sprawled out on the sidewalk and on the stairs leading up to your apartment. But somehow they sensed that you were a saintly person, so they would try to move over and make room for you to pass. You were staying with a young man who seemed interested in Krishna consciousness. In fact, you thought, I will train him as a Vaishnava. But one day the young man went crazy, probably from taking LSD, the 1960s equivalent of the strong liquor Jagai and Madhai were taking 500 years ago. In his crazed state, he threatened to attack you. Indeed, he seemed ready to kill you, just as Madhai was ready to kill Nityananda Prabhu. You bolted out of the room and ran down the stairs, much as Haridas Thakur and Nityananda Prabhu had fled from Jagai and Madhai. It's quite a history. In fact, how you endured so much hardship for the sake of delivering the mercy of Gaur Nitai is inconceivable. On the boat to America, you had suffered 2 heart attacks. And even in America, you had a lot of physical problems. I'll just add something here. Once in Calcutta in 1971, there were a lot of problems in the temple. The temple president was heavily engaged in business to raise money for the temple. And pretty much the devotees were neglected. And we were just waiting for Srila Prabhupada to come. And he came, and one by one different devotees complained to him about the conditions in the temple. And then Srila Prabhupada called a meeting of all the devotees to hear their complaints. And he listened very patiently and sympathetically. At one stage, the GBC said to Srila Prabhupada, I was just trying to execute your divine grace's will. And Srila Prabhupada replied, sort of sarcastically, is it my divine grace's will that all the devotees should be disturbed? So he listened to everyone, and then he said that we should make a committee and discuss all the problems and make a decision how to deal with the temple, and we should have a minute book, and whatever we agree should be written in the minute book, and then for the next week we should try to implement what we decided. But then Srila Prabhupada's mood seemed to change, and he said that if we become too absorbed in the problems, then we won't engage in Krishna Katha, which is our real purpose. And he said that, and I thought of it because of his suffering 2 heart attacks at sea and other difficulties when he reached America. And Srila Prabhupada said that, he had suffered a lot, that the 2 heart attacks and other difficulties when he reached America. And then he said, do you think it was easy? And we had never really thought of it. We took it for granted that Srila Prabhupada was Srila Prabhupada, and he was about, do you think it was easy? And then he recited a list of difficulties that he had to face. And he said, I don't even wish to discuss more. But I never complained because my motto was always, everything for Krishna, nothing for myself. And because that was my motto, everything for Krishna, nothing for myself, I never complained. On the boat to America, you had suffered 2 heart attacks. And even in America, you had a lot of physical problems, but you endured everything, all these, quote, attacks of Maya, end quote, for the sake of delivering Gaura-Nitai's mercy to us. And what Nityananda Prabhu wanted in India has been fulfilled by you outside India. What Nityananda Prabhu wanted fulfilled in what Nityananda Prabhu wanted was fulfilled in Bengal, but through you it has been fulfilled throughout the world. So you are really the embodiment of the mercy of Nityananda Prabhu. There had not been anyone in the history of our Sampradaya, no one after Nityananda Prabhu, who had taken up that mood of approaching anyone and everyone without discrimination, without considering who is qualified and who is not. And you gave the same message. Chant Krishna's name, worship Krishna, accept Krishna as your life and soul. But not in so many words, because the people that you were approaching didn't even know who Krishna was. When Nityananda approached people in Navadvip and told them, chant Krishna's name, worship Krishna, follow Krishna's instructions, they knew who Krishna was. They knew what Nityananda was saying. But in America and Europe, nobody knew who Krishna was. So chant Krishna's name, worship Krishna, had to be explained in books. And thus you wrote so many books to explain who is Krishna, what is Krishna's name, how to chant Krishna's name, how to worship Krishna, why we should accept Krishna as our life and soul, why we should surrender to Krishna. The same message that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked Nityananda Prabhu to deliver to everyone, but in an expanded form, because the people you were approaching had no idea of Krishna's identity or instructions. When we go out with your books, it is like when Mahaprabhu sent Nityananda and Haridas to approach people with that message. Some devotees are not well received, but even Nityananda and Haridas were not always received. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would have nocturnal, that means nighttime, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would have nocturnal kirtans in Srivas Thakur's house. And if anyone was proud, he was not allowed to enter. Only humble, pure devotees were allowed. So all the proud people in Navadvip were upset that they were not allowed to join the kirtan. And when Nityananda and Haridas came to their doors, they were angry with them. Oh, you have come from that Nimai Pandit and Srivas Thakur. And they spread rumors about Nityananda and Haridas. They are thieves. They are coming to your door and say to chant Hare Krishna and worship Krishna. But really what they're doing is looking in your house to see what you have so they can come back at night and steal it. They were spreading a lot of false propaganda. So we have to accept that, expect it and accept it without being deterred. It didn't stop Nityananda and Haridas, and it didn't stop you, and it shouldn't stop any of us. ISKCON is the continuation of Nityananda Prabhu's mission. And you really had his magnanimous mood. When one of your early disciples came to India and the Calcutta temple president phoned you in Bombay to tell you that the devotee was smoking ganja, marijuana, and asked what to do, you told your secretary to relay your response. Tell him that if he doesn't stop smoking ganja, I will reject him. Afterwards, Tamal Krishna Goswami asked you Is it true that if he doesn't stop smoking ganja, you will reject him? And you said, no. I cannot reject anyone. And Tamal Krishna Goswami asked, but don't you have to draw the line somewhere? And you replied, the mercy of Lord Nityananda is unlimited. So that was your mood. You were in the mood of Nityananda Prabhu. We are the recipients of Gaur-Nitai's mercy through you. By your mercy, we are chanting Krishna's name, worshiping Krishna, and following Krishna's instructions, accepting Krishna as the goal of our lives. It is also by your mercy and order that we preach the same message to others. We can speak to our capacity, and whatever our capacity to speak may or may not be, we can give people your books, which convey the same message of Mahaprabhu. We just elaborate on it and present it in a way that people without any background in Vedic knowledge can understand. So, on this most sacred and blessed occasion, we pray to you to inspire and empower us with your mood of humble persuasion. I saw that mood in you. You often instructed us, but I saw it personally. When we first came to Bombay, there was a program on the terrace of the house where we were staying, Sexaria Bhavan on Marine Drive. It was very nice, very glamorous, near the sea, and our host, Kailash Sexaria, had invited all the elite, affluent, aristocratic people he knew in Bombay. And you, with the same humility as Nityananda Prabhu, implored them, I am taking the straw in my mouth and begging you, please chant Hare Krishna. You often quoted a verse by Prabodhananda Saraswati about how we should approach people. The verse is, Dante nidaya trinakam padeyor nipatya, taking a straw in my mouth, a sign of utter humility. I bow at your feet. Kritva chakaku sadade tadaham brahmine. And I flatter you 100 times. And generally when we approach people like that, they become very interested to hear what you have to say. They think, oh, this person has understood my true value, my greatness, my wonderful qualities. Kritva chakaku sadare tadaham bravime. And I flatter you 100 times. Hey Sadhava, O greatly learned man, Sakala eva vihaya durat. Whatever you have learned, keep it far away from you. And Gauranga Chandra Charane Kurutanu Ragam. Just accept the mercy of Lord Gauranga. Just surrender to Lord Gauranga. Become attached to Lord Gauranga's lotus feet. You approach the people in that mood. At that program, he really said, I'm taking the straw in my teeth and begging you, please chant Hare Krishna. And they did, although they were, very aristocratic and affluent people and probably would not have been inclined to chant Hare Krishna, but because Srila Prabhupada approached them with such humility and earnestness, they were moved to chant Hare Krishna. So coming to the end, One of my favorite statements of yours is, quote, "To approach Radha and Krishna, you need the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. To get the mercy of Lord Chaitanya, you need the mercy of Lord Nityananda. And to get the mercy of Lord Nityananda, you have to approach people like Jagai and Madhai." If we ever feel, oh, I'm too high, I'm too holy, I can't approach these people, we should think of that instruction and your example and really pray, beg, to be humble instruments of your love and mercy and compassion. As your Guru Maharaj told you, that will be good for you and good for the people who hear you. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for all you have done for us and for the world. Kindly engage me as your servant's servant's servant. That means all of you. I want to serve you all. Your eternal grateful servant, Giriraj Swami.
Okay, we have to reconfigure. Somebody put a row. Is there any more seats? Asans, you put a row here. You'll have to move out of that section because they're going to make the offering there. Everyone move up, please. Okay, that's pretty good. And then make a wide berth around that pink table because they have to bring in offerings. Thank you, everyone. Next, we're going to hear from Satyadev Prabhu. I think you better relocate to that chair so they can get you on camera, if you don't mind. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Please turn on the mic.
Well, after hearing your offering, Maharaj, no matter how fallen and insignificant I am, I feel like it's okay for me to be here. By the mercy of Srila Prabhupada and Lord Nityananda,
Jai.
We all belong. Dear Srila Prabhupada, you are the champion of my soul, and I am forever grateful to you for the guidance and protection you have given me for all these years. By providence, we met 52 years ago to the day. Prior to meeting you and coming under your shelter, I was a lost soul, full of doubt and anxiety, searching for the truth and purpose of life. I was aimlessly floating in the ocean of ignorance, being pushed around by the currents of chaos. There are no words really to express the depth of the hopelessness and uncertainty I felt at that time. Even though I was just 19 years old, I had an obsessive compulsion to know God experientially, but I had no idea how to find Him. I could only pray incessantly to the Lord for guidance, which was a painful process in itself because I had not even the faintest idea who God was. Maybe a higher power, Maybe I'm God, or maybe all is God. Oh, I felt so frustrated searching out the truth. I felt desperate and did not really know how to proceed in my feverish quest to meet my Maker. All of a sudden, I had an opportunity. It just showed up in my life. Why don't you go to Japan? I took it as a sign from God that this voyage across the Pacific to the unknown must certainly be the next step I was to take on my life's journey. Serendipity. After being in Japan a couple of months, I was beginning to wonder, what was I doing there? Nothing remotely spiritual seemed to be happening for me. I still had 1 more month left on my tourist visa, so I decided to stay until that time where my visa ran out, and just to see what might happen. Well, I didn't have long to wait. Just around that time, during my lunch break at work, I met a chanting party in Ginza. Ginza is a famous shopping area in Tokyo. I met a chanting party in Ginza, and the rest is history, as they say. I had the good fortune to meet you, an authentic, pure devotee spiritual master, and receive pure teachings of Lord Chaitanya and Krishna. By your causeless mercy, the path to know God and the truth of life became instantly clear to me. By your divine grace, all darkness of confusion and doubt that had tortured me about the nature of God and the soul was dissipated. What a joy, what a relief. Your personal example of unconditional love for God and for all living beings continues to guide and inspire me each day. I am blessed to live this life. I can say with confidence that you are not only the champion of my soul, but you are the champion of every soul who is fortunate to contact you. For you are still present in this realm through your holy sound vibration. I pray to be of service to you, to all the ascended spiritual masters, and to the Supreme Lord, Krishna, life after life. With gratitude and affection, your servant, Satyadev Das. Can I just make a few comments? Is that all right?
We insist upon it.
Or time constraint?
No, I was saying we insist upon it.
Okay.
I was hoping you would.
I'm just so inspired to be in your presence, and I thank you for your attention and your patience. And this may sound a little strange, but I feel like we don't really know, when our time is up. But I feel like I'm in the army, in Prabhupada's army. In Guru Das, he was explaining how when the movement first began, Srila Prabhupada was the Swami, and then as the movement grew, he became Srila Prabhupada, and then he became the general. And so I feel like my tour of duty could end any time, but I'm so inspired by this army and by your presence that I want to re-up if I can. And it's a very exciting time. I really feel like the earth is on the verge, or humanity is on the verge of becoming really God conscious. It may be a rough few years, but I'm really very, very hopeful for the future of humanity and the spreading of Krishna consciousness, to really all over the world, to every town and village. So thank you for all of your service. Hare Krishna.
Niharika? Since I can't find it, it's kind of Silicon Valley offering, you're up. Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Pull the mic down.
Hare Krishna, everyone. I'm so grateful to be in all of your association. Please accept my heartfelt obeisances. I want to begin with something that I once heard, and I think I did a double take on it. And so in one lecture, Maharaj was saying, I was listening to Srila Prabhupada this morning, and this statement just made me realize that Srila Prabhupada's legacy is so strong standing, and everyone regards it as something of the present. And after studying many people throughout history, I can't think of someone who has such a great impact in the day-to-day lives of people. Dear Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your divine grace. You have touched the lives of innumerable people, and we see it in our daily routines. I see it in my daily routine. It starts with the morning, our morning routines, and all the meals of our day, our diet, all of our interactions with people, the decisions we make. Your mercy and instruction is a touching stone for adding happiness, fulfillment, and purpose to our lives. What more could we need? I was just appreciating in the play how the books were the things that saved the conditioned soul. And these books are your direct instructions and your direct mercy. And so your mercy and instructions are also embodied by all of your disciples, which we have the great fortune of associating with. And I was thinking that if I've been given this fortune, then many other people are also deserving. And so I pray that I can deepen my spiritual practice and do my sadhana with more intention and purpose, and share the gift that you have given everyone with more people that I interact with. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Niharika. That was succinct and very moving, especially coming from you. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Invite our dear God brother Srila Prabhu, if you'd please come. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
I have to catch my breath. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Simate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschati Dishatari. So this pranam mantra is our life. It's our connection with our spiritual master. So I was reflecting on the meaning of this one word, Namaha. So it's commonplace now, especially in the Hindu community, Namaste. Namaste. The divine in me honors the divine in you. So this is actually, it's a good start, we can say. It recognizes we have an identity beyond the body. There is a reality beyond sensual experience. So this is good. But it is incomplete. So what is this Namaha? So in Buddhism, they also offer prayers. If I can say one prayer, as it were, Buddho Sharanam Gachanti, Dhammam Sharanam Gachanti, Sangam Sharanam Gachanti. So again, very laudable principles, and they promote spirituality and ethical behavior. But what is their motivation? So, Namaha, Nirmamo, Nirahankara, Namama, Nirmana Moha Jita Sangadosha, Adhyatma Nitya Vinivittakama, Gachanti, what's it? Dandvair, Sukaduka, Sangar, the last word. Yeah, Gachanti, that's the last word. Gachanti Amora Padamavayot. So, Nirmana Moha, how to get free from our illusion, the false ego, the false identity with this body and all that comes with it, the whole implication and involvement in samsara. How to destroy that at the root. So one disciple, maybe Maharaj can tell me, was asking Prabhupada, I don't like to pay obeisances, something like that. And Prabhupada said, well, just do it anyway, you'll get benefit. So this principle, Guru Parashraya, to submit oneself to the Guru, is fundamental. Another disciple, he was asking Prabhupada, if the Guru principle is so important, why it's not there in Shishastakam? Prabhupada said, oh, you do not know? Trinarapi sanichena tororeva mishna amanina manadina kirtanya sarahari. It's not possible to relieve the burden of our false ego, false identification with our body and our desires to remain in this material world, birth after birth, without surrendering and submitting to the Guru. The Guru destroys this at the root. So this Namaha, Nirmama, Nirahankara, Namama, all of our spiritual principles are to destroy the false ego and understand our real identity. What is our real identity? Prabhupada came to teach so strongly, so simply. What did he say? Yesterday, it must have been mentioned 100 times. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Krishna's tu Bhagavan Swayam. The whole gist of Krishna Sambandarbha is dedicated. This is our Paribhasa Sutra, right? This Namaste. What is the underlying assumption? Tatamasi, Salvikam Brahma. You are that. Everything is one. So our Paribhasa Sutra is Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. You are a servant. Jivara Sorapoi, Krishna Nityadas. These are our Mahavakyas. So How can this be understood? If you read the Vedanta, they're in code. Sutras means, by definition, code. How you unlock, you have to go to Guru. You have Acharyopasanam, right? Tadvidi panipatina pariprashnena sevya. That way you'll understand. Otherwise, superficial reading, not bona fide sampradaya, sampradaya vihinaye, mantraste nishpalamata. You'll not get the desired goal. You'll not get that fruit of love of Godhead. You may get some shade, some firewood, but you'll not get the fruit. So on this day, I want to say, I would be remiss. So we should know for certain that the true meaning of Vedanta Sutra is not open without approaching Vaishnava Guru. Otherwise, you'll get this superficial understanding. You'll never understand the secrets of bhakti. It is some secret, confidential knowledge. And Prabhupada preached the true meaning of Vedanta. We are the line of Bhakti Vedantas. So on this day, we must say something to reaffirm the truth of Vedanta, Bhakti Vedanta, Bhakti Siddhanta, right? The conclusive understanding of life is Om Tad Vishnu Paramam Param, right? In Buddhism, path without a goal. No anatma. So we have to, this namaha means to understand, clear ourselves, and submit dainya to the spiritual master, to the Vaishnavas, prayerfully, in supplication for their grace, for their mercy, for their guidance, for their support, for their correction. So this day is such an ecstatic day. Everything reminds us of the gifts of Srila Prabhupada gave us. Every word he spoke crystallizes in our minds the power, the significance, the meaning of everything that he came to teach. And all of you are ecstatic reminders of the power of his teachings, the fruit, that it works. Prabhupada said, my teachings are practical. Again, and just how simply Krishna's tu Bhagavan Swayam, this most comprehensive, exhausting philosophy of the Goswamis, distilled it. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And what was the example? Right? Shyamasundar and Balati's daughter. And he probably loved it, liked it so much. She would go to another child who was 3 years old. Do you know who Krishna is? The other child would go, Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So Krishna is the Supreme Person of Godhead. We are his eternal servants. And we pray on this day that these teachings, his gifts, his instructions may crystallize in our hearts and our minds, and we will rededicate ourselves and submit ourselves once again to his service. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Srila Prabhu, for coming to the Vyasa Puja celebration every year. It's a source of inspiration for us.
11th hour, literally.
No, I always expect it. Hare Krishna. And now Avantika is going to give an offering. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you on your auspicious Vyasa Puja day. While brainstorming how to write my thoughts for you onto word, I realized that my most special moments in Krishna consciousness have all been related to you. The first one I remember is walking through your room in Mayapur or your favorite garden in Los Angeles. It feels so magical to stand in places where you have walked as well. My favorite spiritual literature is about you, written by your spiritual children. Whether it's Ocean of Mercy, Watering the Seed, 5 years, 11 months, and What is the Difficulty, these are all the books that I grip tightest. To learn more about you and the way you lived reinvigorates my Krishna consciousness. I learned that your favorite animal was not a cow or peacock, as I had expected, but rather was a horse, from Shrutakirti Prabhu. I learned how you held gratitude for Krishna in all aspects of your life and deemed an orange to be personally gift-wrapped with its peel by Krishna from His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami. You have charmed all your students' hearts, and hearing about your pastimes charms mine. Your voyage to the West was fully selfless. You didn't come to America for yourself. You didn't establish temples to spread your name as founder Acharya. None of it was for you. You could have easily lived a private Krishna-conscious life and escaped the material world on your own, but you chose to save us all. There's an analogy I really like about how if a house is burning and it's beyond saving, all you can do is take those you love and run out. And that's the material world. It's beyond saving at this point, and you just have to take your loved ones and run. But for you, those loved ones weren't a few specific people. They were all the conditioned souls, this entire planet. You have the love for all the fallen souls, only like that of a pure devotee. When reading and hearing about your last weeks in this planet, every moment was spent selflessly. You used each breath to translate Srimad Bhagavatam, to instruct your disciples about the future of this movement, rather than spending it on yourself. Once again, none of it was for you, and it was all to save each and every one of us. This inspires me to utilize what you gave us, your personal association, in the most intimate way through your books, that were also not written for yourself in a way to exhibit your writing skills or knowledge. I think Naveen and Nirth Prabhu stated today how Srila Prabhupada books are the perfect essence of all the previous Acharyas' literature. And at the end of Watering the Seed by Giriraj Maharaj, he wrote how you made yourself accessible at all times through your books, so we always have your company. Your heart of gold is saving the planet book by book, and I'm so grateful for everything you have done for all of us. Please give me the chance to be an instrument in your movement. Happy birthday. Love, your servant, Avantika.
When I was in a large temple on pilgrimage with one of my esteemed senior godbrothers, and I was appreciating the enthusiasm of all the people, devotees who were in the temple. It was not an ISKCON temple, but it was a very well-known Indian temple that can boast of having about 3,000 or 4,000 people at Mangalartik. And my godbrother pointed out to me that they have everything but an acharya here. And as I looked around the temple room, I realized that, yes, Krishna was there, but there was no Vyasasana upon which sat an acharya. And because my senior godbrother is so affectionately attached to Srila Prabhupada, he always would see these subtleties and relate it to Srila Prabhupada's glory. One of the aspects of that glory is that he established himself as a founder Acharya. Normally, a Vaishnav as we've heard from several speakers, doesn't want to establish him or herself in a prominent role. And indeed, Prabhupada did not, as he put forth Krishna and all of Krishna's teachings, and as we're known as the Hare Krishna movement, not as the Prabhupada movement or the Guru movement. Nonetheless, in service, Srila Prabhupada was insistent upon having his name as the founder Acharya of the organization. In fact, at one point in the history of ISKCON, when some devotees had associated with other branches of the Gaudiya Math and developed a sense of Prabhupada's relativity in their eyes of the greater Gaudiya Vaishnav groups. And then they failed to put his proper title on one of the books that they published. And Srila Prabhupada called them to task on this. This was service, because as we're worshiping Krishna and as we're coming together as a congregation to express our devotion as far as possible and to develop it as far as possible, we have to have a foundation of service through the Acharya, Acharya Upasanam. The Vedas say that in order to be successful in your worship of Krishna, you have to worship the Acharya. This is extreme humility. Someone not understanding the principle might say, how is it that you're putting yourself forward as such a figure? And the answer is that humility is about keeping Krishna in the center and his desires. And just as Srimati Radharani, although this is an esoteric point, oftentimes puts herself forward because she knows that Krishna can't be happy with anyone else but her. It's not on her own behalf that she puts herself forward. Rather, it's because she knows how to please Krishna. And similarly, Srila Prabhupada, in his complete purity, established this foundational point that he is the founder Acharya. Not only did he obviously know this principle of Shastra, but he had also seen it in the institution that his spiritual master had painstakingly developed. The Gaudiya Math in its glory days pervaded all of India, and it was extremely powerful, with Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur at the center. After he left, however, there was some confusion about how to hold the center. And Prabhupada, noticing the effects of that confusion, very wisely made sure that there would always be a center to this organization. There will always be a founder Acharya, present before our eyes and guiding us. So it's our great fortune to be among those who are coalescing around the very powerful figure of Srila Prabhupada in all of his features as the teacher of our organization, by whose books we're guided, by the principles that Prabhupada set, and by his preferences in the way that we would express our service. For instance, Srila Prabhupada's noticeable bias is towards the mood of Prahlad Maharaj, which is expressed in one of his prayers to Lord Nrsingadev, where he says that I am not interested in moving to the mountains. I don't want to be in a cave. I don't want to practice Mauna Vrata. I don't care for pranayama or any self-improvement for that matter. I want to live inside the busiest city possible so that I can be of the greatest help to the most people, be in the most populous centers. We inherited this mood from Srila Prabhupada. And as his followers, we find ourselves oftentimes in seemingly forsaken areas where it's not safe to park your car. We're there for a reason, because we have a mission. And it is in executing that mission that we not only express the greatest level of devotion to Krishna, but also we fulfill this principle of Acharyopasana, that we follow in the footsteps of the Acharya, with whom and under whom we are safe. We are safe under the Acharya because of the principle of love me, love my dog. As Prabhupada expressed many times, if you become the dear servant of the servant of Krishna, then Krishna will accept you very readily. And when that dear servant is established as an Acharya, and then we put ourselves under his care, then we're in an extremely safe situation. This is Prabhupada's spiritual genius in not only presenting the teachings of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Srimad Bhagavatam, and so on to the entire world, but also establishing a foundational principle of Acharyopasana through which we could perpetuate that, our own practice of spiritual life, and also give it to other people and have a safe place for them to come. There have been eras in our ISKCON society where this principle was tested as we found our balance after Srila Prabhupada left the world. Here at ISV, I feel that we've found such balance. Of course, balance doesn't mean you're perfectly still. It means you're always pulling back to the center. But at least we have a center to pull back to. That's our greatest fortune. And in knowing the center, and that is that Srila Prabhupada is the founder Acharya, we're able to have loving relationships, which is seemingly impossible in this day and age. We're able to do that because he's holding the center for us to relate to one another in whatever various ways we're designated by culture or even by the spiritual groups that we prefer to one degree or another. He's created a larger context through which not only we, but anyone else who decides to come into the Krishna consciousness movement can feel that protection. We have a great opportunity sitting in this beautiful little temple. It's seemingly a, well, at least when we first found it, a seemingly ordinary place. It was a Gnostic church. Before that, it was some kind of office building. But because of the festivals we've had here and because of the numerous pallets of books moving in and out of this place, and the very fact that the center of the entire temple is the book room, and that ultimately because Srila Prabhupada sits here and holds forth for all of us and is presenting to us Shri Shri Radha Krishna, we have the greatest opportunity, the greatest spiritual career opportunity in history, and that is to make incremental expansion to the Krishna consciousness movement from this very room, from our coveted location, which is Silicon Valley, arguably the most strategic place on the planet, possibly the wealthiest. And definitely it's liberal leaning. So we won't find too many obstructions, even if the rest of the world continues to bifurcate and go into matter and matter modes of operation. We should take advantage of it. the way to worship Srila Prabhupada is by taking this opportunity for the safe zone that he's created for us to expand our own practice of Krishna consciousness as much as possible while we have the chance. I was thinking recently how attached I am to all the devotees here, and it's hard for me to even imagine separation. But we will be separated physically, one way or another, and we have to be prepared mentally, spiritually, for the inevitability that's presented by Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita and Srila Prabhupada, who actually admonished us, in a sense, saying, don't think this won't happen to you. We should be very serious and work together in a loving way, trusting way, knowing that we're safe under the protection of our founder Acharya, Srila Prabhupada. And if we live out our life in this way, as it seems like we're doing, every time I look down, I think, oh my God, this is almost over. Satyadev Prabhu likes to remind me that too. You could possibly use up a whole life, or at least most of it, going from festival to festival and leaning into your devotional service so hard that you barely even notice the material world anymore, isn't it? And then suddenly you'll realize, hey, wait a minute. For me, there is no more material world. This is Prabhupada's genius, that he gave us this foundation. He gave us this center to work from. This is the most blessed day. It's Krishna sending his representative and giving us an open opportunity to surrender completely, to find that molecule of sincerity within our hearts that says, I'm giving everything, and nothing's going to stop me. So we can open-heartedly pray in this way, and our desires will be fulfilled. We should not shy from it or be afraid to give our entire souls to this process of surrender to Krishna through the methodologies and the channel that Srila Prabhupada has established for us here. And as far as our organization is concerned, it's kind of Silicon Valley and all its ever-growing offshoots. We're on the threshold of great expansion. Srila Radhanath Swami, many years ago when he came to our house, we were having breakfast and we were just discussing some of the fledgling projects that were going on here at ISV. And he had observed for himself the mood of the devotees. And then he said, I have a prediction to make. And we listened very carefully. Please tell us. He said, this organization here will be an outstanding success. You'll have resounding success here because everything is in place for it. And he said, I'm predicting it now. Hare Krishna. Of course, the words of a great devotee are not only indelible, but they're also, Krishna makes sure that they come to pass. So I'm saying this that we may be encouraged to continue to give our lives to the service of Srila Prabhupada at this mission, especially by developing love and trust among ourselves, and taking very seriously the foundational principles that Srila Prabhupada gave us, the 4 regulative principles, the chanting of a minimum of 16 rounds. It's not a lot to ask, actually. And then giving our might to expanding Krishna consciousness. As an offering, we would like to give Srila Prabhupada the most glowing example in the world of a community that's thriving based on the principles that he gave us, and the bhajans that he gave us, the mantra that he gave us, the teachings that continue to give to us every day. And we may proudly sit at his lotus feet and offer him this entire Silicon Valley to add to his repertoire of those places that started after his departure, and which, because of his foresight to set up an organization that would hold together, have succeeded. So we pray on this day of Srila Prabhupada's divine Vyasa Puja. Dear Srila Prabhupada, dear Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Shri Shri Panchatattva, Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan, Shri Shri Lakshmi Nrsingadev. If you so desire, please empower all of us here at ISV, that we may develop love and trust among one another, and that we may follow the principles that Prabhupada has given us very strictly. And in a spirit of compassion, may we spread this all over Silicon Valley in a most remarkable way. Thank you for considering our request. Om Tat Sat.
Om Tat Sat.
Everyone who agrees with this prayer in whole or in part, please say Hare Krishna. So that was about 70% consent. Please say Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
That'll go around the earth 7 times. We just want to make sure. Thank you, everyone, for working together for the festival. Yesterday was remarkable. Every aspect of it was a shining example of what can be done with selfless service and cooperation. Thousands and thousands of people came. We don't know how many yet, do we? If I had to guess, I would say it was 9,721. But I want to win something if I'm close. I'd like to thank everyone who cleaned yesterday. Devotees stayed up all night. They cleaned. They cleaned during the program. They're cleaning even now. Those who washed the pots, all of those who cooked, everyone who put together the exhibits, and those who parked the cars, who are off campus most of the time, missed all the kirtans, but they were in ecstasy, doing what was necessary to make sure there was a complete success. To everyone, thank you very much. We're going to now have a Pushpanjali. The devotees have spent several days cooking a feast. I can now talk about it because it's offered. It'll be served as a very loving offering, because the disciples of Srila Prabhupada remember all the ways that all the favorite preparations, all the Srila Prabhupada's favorite preparations, and the mood in which he cooked, and they worked together to do that. So that feast is forthcoming. So in just about 60 seconds, we'll rearrange the room a little bit. We'll all stand up. Any of the asanas that we're sitting on we'll put back near the back door. We'll roll up this rug, so you might not want to stand on it unless you want to stay here for a few nights. And then we'll make an arc around Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa. And Pushpanjali means we offer flowers 3 times, so at least have 3 petals in your hand. We'll offer the Mangalacharana prayers responsively, and then we'll offer, pardon me? Oh, there's an MSF offering? Okay, so first we're going to have an MSF offering, and then we're going to have the Pushpanjali, and then we're going to have Kirtan, and then I won't even tell you what's next. So let's all stand up, make an arc around that, and leave a channel open so Srila Prabhupada can see the deities. Vanchakalpaduruscha kripasinnamevacha patitanam pavanibhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha anantakoti vaishnaviniki jai gaur premanande haribol.
Hare Krishna. Matajis can come left side, please. And then... Yeah, after rolling the carpet. చదవమంటే ముందు ప్రెషర్ చదవలేదు.
Just wait 1 minute.
We'll wait. We are not reading. Maharaj and Dasa. Yeah, you and me. Yeah, okay. That's just వాళ్ళ ముందర. So I'll be so pleasure. No. So give some pause.
Haribol, please give away here. And
all the ladies on my right.
Prabhupada's one.
Hare Krishna. May I get your help, please? All the mothers, all the ladies on my right, please go all the way towards the arches. Let's keep the hallway very clear. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. If you can hear me, please raise your hand. If you can hear me, please raise your hand. Okay, so now this is a beautiful offering, and every word is very important. So please, if you can keep it a little silent, that would be grateful. Mothers, if you can keep the hallway clear for Prabhupada. And if you see any Prabhupada disciples behind you, please come, have them come forward and give away to Maharaj. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Now we're going to perform a miracle. Are you all ready? Say yes. Yes. I'm going to count down from 5, and then we're going to have pin drop silence. This is a miracle. Ready? 5, Krishna 4, Krishna 3, Krishna 2, Krishna 1. Almost a near miracle.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept our most humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. On the most auspicious occasion of your appearance day, we are gathered here to offer the results of Janmashtami Vyasa Puja MSF. From Srimad Bhagavatam 4.12.33. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur used to say, if I could perfectly deliver even one soul back home, back to Godhead, I would think my mission, propagating Krishna consciousness, to be successful. The Krishna consciousness movement is spreading now all over the world. And sometimes I think that even though I am crippled in many ways, if one of my disciples become as strong as Dhruva Maharaj, then he will be able to carry me with him to Vaikuntha Loka. The Bhakti community is a community for spiritual seekers who are interested in learning about the timeless wisdom and practices of Bhakti Yoga, the yoga of love and gratitude. With blessings of His Grace Vaisesika Prabhu and Her Grace Nirakulam Mataji, the Bhakti community continue to inspire newcomers to pursue Bhakti through various weekly programs. The Bhakti On program on Mondays completed the daily affirmation series that was very much appreciated by the participants. Few inspired participants created photo frames of the daily affirmations and shared with others to inspire them to practice daily affirmations. A new series, Bhakti Lessons from the World, has been started. The topics discussed include the search for true love, remove the clouds of doubt and shine, consistency is king, and crows know, where does your intelligence come from? Around 50 people attended these programs. On Thursdays, Bhakti Circle Discover Yourself, a 32-week program that systematically introduces Bhakti Yoga to newcomers, was conducted. The topics discussed include the Yoga Ladder, Different Path, One Supreme, Faith and Reason, and the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Around 25 people attended these programs. On Fridays, Success Sadhana continued the Golden Monk series, discussing topics such as when your desires meet discipline, follow the path of the grades, and your heart is a bank account. Around 50 people attended these programs. On Sundays, the Women's Circle program continued the Introduction to Bhagavad Gita series that was attended by around 10 women. Bhakti community members continue to meet every day for the daily mantra meditation circle from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. Pacific time to help newcomers develop the habit of practicing daily mantra meditation. Bhakti community also conducted the second in-person meetup on July 9th that was attended by over 70 people. Newcomers appreciated the informal setup, ecstatic kirtan, Krishna Katha, and sumptuous prasadam. Bhakti community participants enthusiastically participated in various festivals such as LA Rath Yatra, San Francisco Rath Yatra, Balram Jayanti, and Janmashtami. They enthusiastically volunteered to do book packing, book distribution, and providing ISV program information to visitors. They are very happy and thankful for all the service opportunities. Bhakti community marketing team has created a new brochure that provides a quick, simplified overview of Bhakti. The new brochure, along with Bhakti community bookmarks, will be distributed with books to encourage newcomers to join devotional service class. Comunidad Bhakti, the Bhakti community for Spanish-speaking people, continue to meet with newcomers discussing Krishna Katha. We are very happy to report that a new Bhakti community chapter has been started at Manipal University in India to help with their university preaching efforts. The chapter leaders were very happy that Bhakti Circle program format and content has made the sessions very interactive and encouraged newcomers to participate. Bhakti community's sole purpose is to associate newcomers with Vaishnavas so that newcomers can progress in Bhakti Yoga. Vaishnava Sangha Lava, or VSL, is a metric that measures how many times a newcomer comes in association with a Vaishnava through a devotional service class. For this MSF, Comunidad Bhakti's goal was to achieve 540 VSLs. We are very happy to report that Comunidad Bhakti surpassed the goal and achieved 1,610 VSLs. Around 23 newcomers attended Comunidad Bhakti programs, including 8 members who attended mantra meditation sessions. For this MSF, Bhakti Community Silicon Valley's goal was to achieve 1,260 VSLs. We are very happy to report that Bhakti Community Silicon Valley surpassed the goal and achieved 3,094 VSLs. This MSF, 129 newcomers attended Bhakti Community programs. We are eternally indebted and grateful to all the volunteers, room leaders, speakers, mentors, and book distributors who work tirelessly every day to fulfill Srila Prabhupada's mission and spread Krishna consciousness in the Western world. We also want to thank each of our donors who help us maintain Bhakti Community. And finally, our most heartfelt, sincere gratitude to His Grace Vaisesika Prabhu and Her Grace Nirakula Mataji. It's only due to your presence, leadership, and motivation that the Bhakti Community exists and is thriving. We pray at your lotus feet, at the lotus feet of His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj, your disciples, and all the Vaishnavas, to bless Bhakti Community to help spread Lord Chaitanya's mission to every town and village in the Western world. Bhakti Community gets the opportunity to serve newcomers due to the tireless efforts of book distribution team who introduced Bhakti Community to these newcomers. Now, SKP Prabhu will present the book distribution results.
Goals of this MSF was to distribute at least 50 Srimad Bhagavatam sets. Highlights of this MSF were: in keeping with the spirit to enlighten conditioned souls from the darkness of ignorance onto the path of developing love of Godhead, Krishna Prema, ISV devotees did massive book distribution during month of July and August. To realize these goals, ISV devotees held Harinam Sankirtan performance in Palo Alto, chanting the holy names and spreading the sound vibration. Under the leadership of His Grace Vaisesika Prabhu and His Grace Bhima Prabhu, one whole team is planning to organize Bhadra Dana Yajna in Tirupati this year. ISV Kids Sankirtan team distributed 53 Srimad Bhagavatam sets. They also distributed 2 Chaitanya Charitamrita sets, and they collected 6,549 13 cents in Lakshmi points. That includes 4,393 book points. Team Motel Gita reached out to Gujarati motels owners for the placement of Srimad Bhagavatams, explaining to them about the holy scriptures on the phone. They were able to get around 20 Srimad Bhagavatam sets of orders. Assorted books are also being sent by Venudhari Prabhu and his team. Over 500 sets of assorted books are being sent every month to different hotels all over the USA. Small books are being placed at the front desk and the brochure desk, where the hotel guests get one more opportunity to look at the books. Over 5,000 Bhagavad Gitas were dispatched for this MSF. Western Sankirtan team has steadily built the momentum distributing Srimad Bhagavatam sets on the streets. Now they put together a training material for the same. Recently, they presented to the devotees at Australia, New Zealand, and Fiji, and also on the Super Sunday call. Their topic was how to distribute Srimad Bhagavatam sets on streets, which was appreciated and implemented in many countries. Local Western Sankirtan team covered various venues like Venice Beach, Santa Monica, Door to Door in Los Angeles, Session Beer Festival, and Farmer Market, and in total they distributed 90 Srimad Bhagavatam sets. They also distributed 17 Chaitanya Charitamrita sets. They also collected 24,459 in Lakshmi points. Acquired 19,563 70.75 book points. His Grace Navina Nirad Prabhu distributed many books during his tour of North America and collected 41,000 in Lakshmi points. Bhakti SF team is also attracting a lot of Western devotees by distributing Srila Prabhupada books. ISV devotees enthusiastically went on traveling Sankirtan to LA Rathayatra in a bus and distributed 10,000 books during the parade. Also, they distributed over 2,000 books at SF Rathayatra. We also would like to thank Hansapriya Mataji and the team for organizing a spectacular Janmashtami 2022. Thousands of people attended the festival yesterday and were able to appreciate several aspects of Krishna consciousness. Special gratitude to our dear Ramananda Sakaprabhu and team for uninterrupted and live broadcasting of ISP programs the entire Janmashtami. We are also blessed by the association of two powerful and pure souls, His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj and His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, this month to uplift our Krishna consciousness. Here are the final results for this MSF book distribution. In all, Team ISV acquired total 56,268 book points, which includes 23 Chaitanya Charitamrita sets and 176 Srimad Bhagavatam sets. Team ISV collected 108,464 and 3 cents in Lakshmi points. Surpassing the previous year total of 28,369 Lakshmi points. On behalf of Team ISV, we thank all participants and Sankirtan leaders for their organizing, planning, and their diligent efforts for book distribution. Special gratitude to His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj for visiting ISV and inspiring all of us. Ibo. We express our deep gratitude to all the disciples of Srila Prabhupada who have carefully carrying out this mission for the past 50 plus years and inspiring us to carry on the legacy. Our special thanks to His Grace Vaisesika Prabhu and Nerukula Mataji for his continuous inspiration for book distribution. We also pray at your lotus feet to give us intelligence and mercy to distribute at least 2500 Srimad Bhagavatam sets by Bhadra Purnima this year. Janmashtami Vyasa Puja Monthly Sankirtan Festival ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan Bhagavan ki Jai. Lakshmi Narsingadev Bhagavan ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai.
Our heartfelt appreciation and gratitude to Jai Madhava Prabhu, Pavani Bhakti, to Sri Krishna Purushottam, Malini Devi Dasi, Shraddha Devi Dasi for their leadership in carrying all these initiatives forward. They live in it 24 hours a day and dedicate their hearts and souls, and that's why it's working. Thank you very much. Now we have a very joyous Pushpanjali ceremony, which is an offering of one's heartfelt appreciation to the personality for whom we're doing the ceremony today, Srila Prabhupada. We have the opportunity to offer flowers 3 times from your heart. First, say the Mangalacharana prayers responsibly. So someone will come around with a basket of flowers and take at least 3 petals, because there'll be 3 offerings. Please repeat after me. Om Jnana Timirandasya. No, repeat after me. It's a little different. Om Jnana Timirandasya. Jnananjana Shalakaya. Chakshurun Vidatam Nena. Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam. Stapitam Yena Bhutale. Swayam Rupa Kadahmayam. Kadati Swapadantikam. Vandeham. Sri Guru. Sri Yuta Padakamalam. Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha. Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Sadvatutam Harijana Sahitam Shri Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Tinamine Shri Varshabhana Videvi Daitaya Kripabdaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Dane Prabhave Namaha Madhuryo Jwala Premadya Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Shri Murtaye Dinatarine Rupanuga Virudhapa Apasiddhanta Dvanta Arine Namo Gaurakishoraya Sachat Vairagya Murtaye Vipralamba Rasambode Padambo Jayate Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gaura Virabhava Bhomestvam Yudheshta Sajjana Priya Vaishnava Sarvabhauma Shri Jagannatayate Namaha Vansha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripasindubhya evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Mahavaranyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratvishe Namaha Panchatattvatmakam Krishnam Bhaktarupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam Hey Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Jayatam Suratau Pango Mamamanda Matirgati Matsarvaswa Padambojao Radha Madana Mohana Divya Vrindaranya Kalpadrumadha Srimad Ratnangara Sinhasanasta Srimad Radha Srila Govinda Deva Krishtalibi Sevyamano Smarami Shriman Rasa Rasarampi Vam Shivata Tatastitaha Vaishan Venu Swaner Gopi Gopinatha Shrestunaha Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pradamami Hari Priye Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esha Pushpanjali Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esha Pushpanjali Shri Prabhupada Ki Jai. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esha Pushpanjali Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Samsara Dava Nanhali Bhaloka Chandaya Karinya Ganatanatam Raptasya kalyana gurunarnavasya Vande Guroshi Charanarvindam Raptasya kalyana gurunarnavasya Vande Guroshi Charanarvindam 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 Mahaprabhu Kirtanandritya Gita Parikramaja Manasorasena Romanchakampa Shutaranga Bajo Vande Guroshi Charanarvindam Romanchakampa Shutaranga Bajo Vande Guroshi Charanarvindam Vande Guroshi Charanarvindam Vande Guroshi Charanarvindam Vande Guroshi Charanarvindam Vigrahara Dana Nityanana Shringara Tanman Dhiramarjana Yuktasya Bhaktam Chaniyunjatopi Vande Guroshi Charanarvindam Yuktasya Bhaktam Chaniyunjatopi Vande Guroshi Vande Guroshi Charanarvindam Vande Guroshi Charanarvindam Vande Guroshi Charanarvindam Vande Guroshi Charanarvindam Vande Guroshi Chaturikasi Bhagavad Prasada Swadhamna Kritam Paribhakta Sangam Chaturikasi Bhagavad Prasada Swadhamna Kritam Paribhakta Sangam Kritvaiva Kritim Bhajata Sadaiva Vande Guroshi Charanarvindam Davayorapara Maturya Lila Gunarupa Namna Pratikshanasva Ganalodupasya Mande Guroshi Charanarabindam Rati Telisitai Yayali Tiru Tira Kekshaniya Tatra Kidaksya Ativalabhasya Mande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Mande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Mande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Sakshat Harite Masta Masta Shastre Ruktastatava Yadaiva Sadhi Kintu Prabhoya Priya Eva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Bhagavad Prasado Yasya Prasadam Nagati Kutopi Yasya Prasadat Bhagavad Prasado Yasya Prasadam Nagati Kutopi Yasya Jayam Subham Tasya Yasas Sanyam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Jaya Shashri Sanyam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Hey, Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. 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 Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Jai Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Ima Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nityanamine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Prasarine Nirvishesha Shindavari Pashtachari Sattarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda. Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda. Jai Shri Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta-vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Radha Damana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Damana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Govinda Jai Jai. Govinda Jai Jai, Gopala Jai Jai. Govinda Jai Jai, Gopala Jai Jai. Govinda Jai Jai, Gopala Jai Jai. Radha Damana Hari Govinda Jai Jai. Radha Damana Hari Govinda Jai Jai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Govinda Jai Jai, Gopala Jai Jai. 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 Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jai Jai. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jai Jai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Sai Gaur Premanande, Shri Harinam Sankirtan Ki, Shri Harinam Mantra Ki, Shri Harinam Prabhu Ki, Srila Prabhupada Avirbhav Maha Mahotsav Ki, Gaur Premanande, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Jayom Vishnupad Paramahamsa Privrajakachadrashtotarashta Shishimad Abhay Charanada Vinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayom Vishnupad Paramahamsa Privrajakachadrashtotarashta Shishimad Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavini Ki Jai. Namacharya Shah Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Zikaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Sri Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai. Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shyama Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. Sri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Sri Mayapur Navadip Dham Ki Jai. Sri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai. Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Jamuna Devi Ganga Devi Ki Jai. Samveta Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Avirbhav Maha Mahotsav Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Gaur Premanande. Sharidad Vijajal Jodendriya Kaheka Jibe Pele Vishaya Shakare Sarma Jejiva Loba Moy Sudurmati Dake Jeta Katita Shanshare Krishna Bodha Doya Moy Kori Bare Chihwa Jai Shraprasad Anna Dilobai Shayanam Rita Pao Radha Krishna Guna Gao Preme Dako Shri Chaitanya Nihitai Paire Ekarina Shanti Pure Prabhu Advaitera Gare Dui Prabhu Bojane Boshilo Shakori Ashradana Prabhu Bole Bhakta Gana Eshak Krishna Ashradhilo Hena Shakashradane Krishna Prema Aise Mane She Preme Koro Ashradan Jadda Buddhi Parihari Prasara Bhojana Kori Hari Hari Bola Sarvajan Hari Hari Vipradvasa Kanaka Kapisham Vaijayantim Shamalam Randram Venu Adharasudaya Punayam Gopavrinde Vrindaranyam Swapadaramanam Parishayita Kirti Tavakatam Vedam Sapta Jivanam Avidyalilitam Asapaham Shravanamangalam Srimanakatam Buddhijanantiye Buddhidajana Krishna Kirtana Nananakanakala Pato Jani Brajika Sadvakta Chakra Madhupa Shreni Viharasvadam Karnanandika Ragvani Vahatu Me Jihva Marukam Gane Shri Chaitanya Dayani Nitavallasa Leela Sudaswadini Vyasa Kirtane Alada Smarane Karangri Vachane Lakshmi Pritu Pujane Akuraska Vibandane Kapitatir Dasve Tasakirjuna Sarvaswat Maniderane Balerabu Krishna Tire Shankara Arajo Bhagavan Rajesha Tanaya Tajama Vrindavanam Ramya Kakshirupasana Bradavadu Vargena Yakalpita Srimad Bhagavatam Pramanamamalam Prema Pumarto Maha Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Bhagamidam Sagrada Pura more time. Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Mahamidam Bhadra Dara Na Ra Lord Premanande Nitai Gaura Haribo 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo Our thanks to all the cooks for today's feast. Nikula Devi Dasi, Mahaguna. Name everybody who cooked the feast. Jagriti, Kanka, Driti. All glories to the cooks. Nanta Kodi Vaishnavi Ki Jai.